Hey everyone out there on the internet looking to build some cool projects using some weird and wonderful APIs. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to use APIs in various ways. By that I mean in a JavaScript project, in React projects, and I am also going to show you how to store your API keys safely by building out mini Node.js backends. Once we are finished with those, I will end with how to build your very own API and sell it for some passive income. The APIs we will be using in this video are the Solve Sudoku API from the Rapid API Hub right here, which we will be using to create our very own Sudoku solver, the lazy way. We also have this currency converter API to convert cryptocurrency from one currency to another, and this currency newsfeed so that we can get a constant stream of the freshest news onto our app. In addition to this, we will also be using this word API in order to build out a word association game by passing through levels and retrieving data based on those levels. And we will end with building out our very own API, which is going to be a news scraper. I am using the Rapid API Hub as by using it, I can access all these thousands of APIs as well as the ones I've just mentioned with just one API key, which is pretty handy. The alternative to this, we find similar APIs out there on the internet, signing up to each individual platform and managing 5 different API keys, which is possible, but much more time consuming. Now, if you watch my channel, you will see that some of these videos may be familiar to you as I've already released them, but hopefully you will enjoy the new ones too. And for all of the new joiners, hopefully there are some projects here that have spiked your interest. I will be going from easiest to hardest, so please do refer to the timestamps in the description below to navigate between the projects as well. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Let's get to it. The first video coming up is the Sudoku Solver. We will be building out a Sudoku grid using JavaScript and allowing the users to enter the digits they see on their own Sudoku puzzles that they want to solve. Once they have finished that and they click solve, we will make a call to the API and the solved Sudoku puzzle will appear. As always, once we have made this in JavaScript, I will show you how to store your API keys safely by building out a mini backend in Node.js. To get started with Rapid API, please go ahead and click on the link in the description below to get started. Okay, so here we are. This is the API that I have found on Rapid API Hub that's essentially going to help us solve our Sudoku puzzles. I've already gone ahead and registered to this one so I can test the endpoints. And this request is essentially a post request to this URL that's going to pass through the puzzle, or essentially a string that represents the puzzle, with the numbers representing, well, the numbers that we want to pass through, and the dots being all the empty spaces that we want our API to solve for us. So it comes back with a complete Sudoku puzzle that is solved. Now, this is really great as we can, let's go ahead and test the endpoints. I'm just going to test it out right now. And the solution will come back like this as a string. And then we can use this string in order to map it out onto all the squares to visually show the solved puzzle. Now, not all the puzzles can be solved. As you can see here, solvable is true, but we could get some falses as well. So that is something to keep in mind. So let's go ahead and copy this code and use it. Of course, this is my key. Please go ahead and use your own. Do not use this one as this will be deactivated by the time I upload this video. So let's go ahead and create a project. I'm just going to create a new project, and this is just going to be a simple JavaScript project to start off with. So I'm going to call this Sudoku Solver and click enter, just like so. I'm just going to make it full screen for you so it's easier to read. Now, let's go ahead and just create our file. So we're going to need an index HTML file. I'm going to choose HTML5. So thanks for all this boilerplate. I'm going to call this Sudoku Solver as well. And of course, we are going to have to link up a style sheet and a JavaScript file. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to have a link here, and we're going to have a script tag at the bottom like so. So I'm just going to link to my style sheet. So once again, this is just standard boilerplate code. Style sheet correct. And then I'm just going to put, don't really need this. I'm going to put href styles CSS, and we're going to make a styles file. I'm just going to keep it, it's a small project, so I'm just going to keep it in the root of my project. I'm going to call this styles, and it is a CSS file. So there we go. And one more file to create, and that is the app.js file. I'm going to choose to call my JavaScript file app. And once again, let's go in here and make a new file and call it app, which will give the extension JS, as I did select a JavaScript from the dropdown. So make sure you have a style CSS file, an index.html file, and an app.js file in your repositories. Okay, depending on what code editor you are working with, this might look a little bit different. And great. While we are here, actually, I'm just going to create a div, and I'm going to give it the ID of puzzle, as this is essentially where we want our Sudoku puzzle to be populated by JavaScript. And I'm also going to give it a button so that we can click a button to solve our puzzle. And I'm also going to give it an ID so we can pick it out in our JavaScript file. Solve button, just like so. So now let's go in here and let's pick both out. So I'm going to use document query selector. You can use get element by ID, but I'm going to choose to do it this way. It is completely up to you. And I'm going to look for the ID of puzzle. And then I'm also going to pick out, once again, I'm going to use query selector. You can use get element by ID. I'm going to look for the ID of solve button. Great. So let's save these as something so we can use them further down. I'm going to save this as puzzle board, and let's save this as solve button, just like so. Now, looking from here, I can see that I need to have 81 squares because it is a 9 by 9 grid. So I'm going to say that const squares equals 81, as 9 multiplied by 9 is 81. So now let's go ahead and create the squares that we want to put into our puzzle. And I'm going to do so with a for loop. You could do it with, I mean, you can do it multiple ways, really. Let's just do a for loop. I was going to say let's do for each, but I've committed to this now. So for let I equals 1, and I, as long as the squares are smaller than 81, I want to keep looping and increment I by 1. So there we go. I'll show you how to do this for each by the end. But like I said, I've committed to this now. So let's use a for loop. So each time I loop, all the 81 times that I'm looping, I want to actually create an input. So I can do so easily using document create element. And I'm just going to pass through the string input, as I want to create an input element. And let's save this as input element. Now, I also want the input element to have, I want to set the attribute of type to it and say the type is number, so that we only allow numbers in this input, because, you know, why would we want anything else? So I'm going to say type number, and I'll show you what this looks like in a bit, because I also want to say that, because I'm going to use the set attribute again, I also want to say that we can, the numbers that go in are a minimum of 0, and this has to be a string, and input element set attribute max 9. Okay, so in each input you can only put basically the numbers 0 to 9. That makes sense, as you can't really put numbers any higher than 9 in a Sudoku puzzle, or you can't put minuses either. You can't put like -1 or -2. Cool. So we are creating inputs. We are then saying that the only things that could go into that input are numbers from 0 to 9. So now let's go ahead and put that into my puzzle board. So let's grab the puzzle board. And I'm just going to do append child. Don't know why that's capital, sorry. Append child input element. So now let's have a look. I'm just going to go in here. And amazing. So we have essentially put all of, so each time we were looping, we put an input element in, we said the type had to be number, and we gave it a minimum of 0 and a max of 9. Now, I think we should put strings. Let me just double check. Will this go higher than 9? No, it doesn't. So that is good. However, if we did, let's just not do a string and see if this works. I mean, it might still work. Yeah. Okay, so that still works. And it actually still shows up as strings anyway. So that is just something to know. I actually didn't know that either. So either is fine. Great. Now let's actually style this to be a square. And for this, we're going to have to assign some widths and heights to the inputs as well as the puzzle board itself. So let's get up our style sheet and let's grab the element with the ID of puzzle. And let's also grab all the inputs that live inside the element with the ID of puzzle. So that's how that looks. We are essentially saying that any input that lives inside or is a child of any element with the ID of puzzle is going to have, let's say that if we want each of these to have a width of 50 pixels and a height of 50 pixels, that means that the puzzle is going to have a width of 50 multiplied by 9, which is 450, and a height of 450 pixels. Okay, so if we have a look at this, I mean, ta-da! So that looks a bit better. However, the issue is that we are accounting for all these inputs, little tiny borders, which is really messing with our styling. So I'm going to say box sizing border box to make sure it's on the inside, the border's on the inside, and border spacing 0 to again avoid any weird styling issues to do with the borders messing up for me. And I'm actually going to change the border as well. So maybe do 1 pixel gray solid. Okay, so let's have a look at that now. Okay, that is so much better. Of course, I'm not really going to style it up much more for now. This looks good. So there we have the first one. So if we go here, 1, 2, 3, you will see it snaking over each other. Okay, snaking over each other. Ooh. So there we go. So we now know that we have an array of numbers. It will also snake over each other. So this array that we saw here, this is as if we want to replicate as if 2 was entered in here. And then 62 was entered somewhere around here. So that's what we are going to do later on. For now, let's carry on with our JavaScript. So we've created the grid. The next thing that I want to do is, just as we said, get all the values from the inputs so that we can send it off to be solved. So we want to get them all and then change them into an array. So I'm going to write a function for this called join values, like so. We can make this a const. You could write function. It's up to you, whatever you wish. Join values. So for this, I'm going to have to get all, which is why I'm going to use document query selector all to grab all the inputs or the input elements from my HTML. And I'm going to save this as inputs, just like so. And now I'm going to grab the inputs and say that for each input, okay, for each input, so everything, every little input box that I have taken, input element, I'm going to get the input And what do I want to do to it? Well, if there is a value in it, so if the input value exists, so if this is true, if that statement is true, and indeed there is a value in the input, I am going to put this in a array. And this array is going to be called submission, because that's what I want to submit to my API. So I'm going to say that I'm going to get the array. I'm going to push my input value into it. Else, so if there isn't, so if input value doesn't exist, I still want to put something in my submission array. I'm going to push you guessed it, a dot, because the dots symbolize an empty square. Okay? So there we go. Should we try it out? I'm also going to just console log submission here. Okay, I'm actually going to do it in here so that each time, where should I do it? Yeah, let's do it here. And I'll just, do you know what I'll do? I'll attach it to the button. So I'm going to get the button, which we called solve button, add event listener. I'm going to say, if I click the button, then I want to call the function join value. So I've passed that through as a callback function because I only want to call this if I click the solve button. It's okay. So let's try it out. So let's go ahead. I'm going to put something in here. I'm going to put something in here. I'm going to put something in. This can't be a 0. 3. And I'm going to click solve. And ta-da! Our array is coming back. So we pushed in a 3, then we pushed in a dot, we pushed in a dot, we pushed in a 4, we pushed in a 2. And of course, we have an array of all these values, but we need to turn that into a string like so. So I'm going to show you how to do some JavaScript methods right now. While we are here, I'm just going to change this to minimum value being 1, as we don't want to pass through zeros. That actually doesn't make sense either. So great. So now that we've joined all the values, we want to join them all together using the JavaScript method join. But by that time, we also want to essentially be sending it to the API. So I'm actually going to write another function called solve. And this is where we will be calling our API. So I'm going to go back in here, and I know we copied this already. I'm going to copy it again. And I'm just going to paste it in here like so. Great. So we've just gone ahead and pasted all of that code in here. Now we need to use Axios, and there are so many ways we can do this. I'm going to do the lazy way and just head over to my HTML and stick in this script right here, which will essentially allow me to use the Axios package. Okay, so I'm using the package thanks to this script right here. This is the Axios package. Make sure it's above the app.js file. Again, you might want to format this a little bit better than I have here. So now that we have that, I don't need this anymore. At the moment, I'm just passing through these options with this hard-coded puzzle. And then we are making a post request to this URL with this puzzle. And now let's replace join values to be solve. And let's just check this works. So I'm just going to click solve because it doesn't matter what we put in here. We're just passing through the hard-coded string. And great, solvable true. And we're getting the string as a solution. So this is working. I'm just going to carry on using this in that case. So let's just tidy this up a little bit. I don't like using semicolons, and also I would prefer these to be arrow functions. So I'm just going to switch this out like so. And now let's go ahead and change this. So when I click solve, I would also like to call the function I wrote called join values. And I'm also going to have to get the submission, so sub submissions and use the JavaScript method of join to join up the submissions. And now let's go ahead and save this as something. So maybe let's save this as data for now. So const data, like so. Let's also switch this out to const, as I don't really like var. So we've got data here. I'm actually going to console log out data for us here as well, so we can see what's happening. Data, data. And now I'm just going to replace this with the data. So replace that string. And let's check it out. So now let's go ahead and do this is 2, this is 2. Click solve. So that is the string we are passing in. And then that is solvable. We are getting a true. And this is the solution to this thing. Okay, great. So now let's get the solution and populate our little grids with it. So let's go back in here. And now what do we want to do? Well, here where we console log the response data, I need to go into the response data and get the solution. So let's do that now. I guess what do I want to... We want to populate the values. So there's a few things we can do. I'm actually going to write a function called populate values. We could have saved it as the top, but I think this is probably a better way to do it. And I'm going to pass through the response data like so. And now let's write our function. I'm going to write up here, const populate values. And what is our function going to look like? Well, I'm going to I pass through the response data. So let's just call this response. You can call it whatever you wish. And in here, well, let's get all the inputs again. So document query selector all input. Use one quote again. This is something you can do when you tidy up your code later on. And let's save this as, once again, inputs. Of course, this is outside of the scope of the other one, so this should be fine. Const inputs. And once again, use inputs for each. And I'm going to say for each input, I'm now going to get the... I guess first let's check if this is solvable. So if response solvable, if that is true, response solvable, and there is a solution, so response, what was it, solution dot solution, then we want to I guess populate, right? And only then. So then we're going to get each input, and for each input value, we are going to go into the response solution. Do you know, I don't like the fact that I have to write these out each time. So maybe let's pass it through here as response data solvable response data solution. Okay, that just means that we can pass it through in here. Which function? This one. We'll just pass it through as is solvable and solution, because I don't really want to write it out each time. It's just long. So if is solvable and there is a solution, for each input value, I want to go into the solution, right? Because this is, okay, it's a string. And I'm going to loop over it. So I need an index for this, for some looping, because I'm going to get the first item of the string and then assign it to the input value. Great. So let's test it out. So once again, I'm just going to go in here. Let's make some of these up. Let's click solve. And ta-da! So we are now populating each one of these with the solution. This is looking good. We can also say something like, amazing, this is the answer, or this is not solvable, quite easily. I mean, I could even do it in here if I wish. So let's maybe make this a p tag and give this ID of solution. And then that just means we can pick it out in here. Const solution display equals document query selector, the ID of solution. Great. So if I get the solution display, I can also get the solution display here, and actually not when we loop, so outside of the loop. Solution display, inner HTML. This is the answer. And then else, we can do an else. Solution display, this is not solvable. Cool. Wonderful. So this is looking great. We have now completed this. Of course, we can style it up a little bit further if we wish. To make it more look like a Sudoku thing, we can actually, when we loop over here, I can actually also assign it a color. So for example, I'm going to show you how to do this with maths. It is going to be quite a long one though. So for I, let's say that if I modulus 9 equals 0, then let's just do it with 1 first so you can see what I mean. So if that is true, that's a lot of thingies there, then I'm going to get the input element and I'm going to do class list add odd section. And then in here, I'm going to define the class of odd section as, let's just give it a background color of light gray. I think that's an existing color. So that just means that all of these are going to be light gray because I've essentially said that if so whatever number index we're looking over, if it's exactly divisible by 9 and the remainder is 0, then color it gray. Okay, cool. So the square with index 9 is obviously divisible by 9 and leaves 0 remainder, which is why it is gray. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 0, of course, as well is counted in that. So now knowing that and knowing what you know about this, I'm actually just going to copy paste some maths in here because essentially if you understand that, then you'll understand the rest of the math I did to color this grid. And this is a math lesson. So there you go. That's the solution. You can please have a look at it. And it'll just mean that I've colored it to look like this. Cool. I'm liking how this is looking. So there we go. We've essentially solved how to solve any Sudoku puzzle using an API. Wonderful. So of course, like this is great for personal projects, but the eagle-eyed of you will spot that there's a few things wrong, as in like you don't really want to be storing your API key in here because people can steal it and we don't want that. So what I'm going to do is add a .env file to here, file.env, and let's save this as rapid API key, and I'm just going to grab this, save it in here. It's already a string, so we don't need that. And I'm going to now build out a mini backend for you so that you can store this safely. Okay. So essentially, like I said, you don't want to be storing your API key on here because if you save this to GitHub, a lot of people will be able to see your API key, steal it, and use it up, and then potentially rack up loads and loads on your credit card if it is a paid API. So never upload your API key onto your GitHub or share it with anyone. Hide it. And one way to do this is using process env, so creating a .env file in which you can store your API key in here. However, if we try this, it won't work. Process is not defined. You can't just use it like this. You need to essentially get the package to make this work. And I'm going to show you how. So to build out a backend, the first thing that I'm going to do is get up my terminal right up here and do npm init. Of course, you have to have npm installed onto your computer, so please make sure that npm is configured for you to use, and then just go ahead and click enter through all of these, okay? And click like so. So now you will see a package JSON file has shown up with all the fields that I clicked enter to. So it just has the default values, as you can see right here. For those of you that do not have NPM, please visit the docs right here to get started. Okay, so please go ahead and do that and follow through the instructions, or watch one of my other videos on getting started with Node.js. For now, let's carry on. So once you have your package JSON file done, please go ahead and make a new file on the same level as all these other files. It's going to be another JavaScript file, and I'm just going to call this, you could call it index.js, you could call it server.js. It's totally up to you. So let's go ahead and define our backend. I'm going to say that the port we want to run this on is port 8000. And I'm going to require a few packages for this. So let's go ahead and install those packages now. The packages I am going to need are Axios, Express, Cause, and .env. Okay, so those are the three packages that we need. Just go ahead and click enter for those. Okay, and once they are done, you will see them show up in the dependencies here, along with their versions. So if anything isn't working for any reason, please go ahead and change the version and just run npmi again to install the versions that you see right here. But for now, of course, I'm using the correct versions because that is what I am saying is the correct version for this video, so I can carry on. Again, if you don't know much about these packages, please do watch some of my other tutorials. Express is essentially for the routing that we will be doing. I will explain what routing is. .env allows us to use the information from this env package. Okay, so it will allow us to pick this out. Cause is something that we will be using in order to emit a cause error message that I will again be showing you. And Axios is the package that we actually installed in our front end right here that allows us to make post requests, put requests, get requests, and so on. So great. So those are the packages that we need. And in our server, let's continue. So first off, let's get the Axios package. So I'm just going to use require Axios. I mean, I should probably spell it correctly. Require Axios, like so. And then I'm just going to put default, as that's what the documentation tells me to do. The next package we need, as we said, is the package called Express. We also need to get the package Cause. So Cause, require Cause, and require .env config. So we don't need to do much with .env now. That's sort of enabled our file to use information from the .env package. However, we do need to do some configuration for these. So with Express, I'm just going to get Express, or what we have defined as Express. And essentially we've gotten everything from the package, saved it as Express, but now we need to use it. So we need to release all of its wonderfulness. So I'm calling Express, and let's save it as app so we can use it further down in our file. And with cause, I'm actually going to now use app. And app or express comes with a method called use. I'm going to pass through cause and call it like so. Again, I will be explaining this cause message in a bit, but just use that for now. And one more thing I need to use from express is express JSON that will allow us to handle JSON correctly. Great. So the first thing I'm going to do is just listen out to any changes made on port 8000. So I need to pass through the port number and then a callback, which is just going to console log out. I'm going to do server listening on port and then the port number that we have. So there we go. And if we run this, well, to run this, we actually need to write a script. So in the package JSON file, I'm going to write a script along with the test. And the script is going to say start back end like so. And I'm actually going to listen out to changes continuously. So we do need another package. The package, let's go back here. I'm going to clear this, is called Nodejs, and it essentially listens out to any changes we make on the backend, which will save me having to refresh the page or rerun the scripts. Okay, so Nodejs is the package that will do that. Wonderful. So now that we've done that, let's start it. npm run start backend. So as you will see, I'm just using npm run and the script that I have written and clicking enter. Okay, it's trying to run the index.html page. So I can also define that we want to listen out for server.js. So let's try that again. There we go. Server listening on port 8000 now. So great, we can now continue. The first thing that I need to do is actually do some routing so that we can essentially, instead of making the call here, so instead of visiting this URL and having to pass through my API key in the headers, I can do this all on the backend. And that is what we are going to do. So in here, I'm going to essentially create a new route. And it's a post request because this is a post request. It's a post request. And we're essentially going to get all of this. Okay, I'm literally going to get all of this because I want this all to happen in the backend. So I believe it's all of this right here. Actually, all of this too. So the Axios bit and the options. Let's grab all of that. So that is what the solve function looks like now. And on here, well, I'm going to say that if I make a post request to the URL solve, so essentially what I'm saying is if we visit localhost 8000/solve, well, I'm going to pass through a request and response. This is just the express syntax. Okay, express syntax means you get the app, get the method, and then pass through the path as well as the request and response like this as parameters in a callback. So you will see this syntax quite a lot. And I'm just going to paste everything that we copied. I'm going to just minimize this for now so you can see everything a little bit better. Okay. So there we go. It's exactly the same. Of course, the data is not being passed through. We're going to have to do this. And of course, we are not doing this anymore because this function doesn't exist here. Instead, I'm just going to use res JSON to show the response data. Okay. And of course, we're going to have to pass through the data somehow from the front end. But for now, I'm just going to pass through, X. It doesn't really matter. Or let's just pass through the fake numbers again. So we're going to hard code this just to make sure that everything works and make sure that the key is being picked up. So great. So now essentially what I'm saying is if we visit localhost 8000/solve, we are solving the puzzle. Okay, so that is what I want to happen. We won't see anything in the browser there, but we know that something is happening in the background. So if I now grab this, and instead of visiting from my browser, I do this in the front end of my app. So right here, I'm going to use fetch because I don't really want to use Axios anymore. I'm going to get rid of it. And I'm going to fetch. So instead essentially I'm going to visit this URL with a post request. And the headers that we need for this are the following ones because it's a post request. And for now, I'm not going to pass through a body because we're not passing anything through. Okay, so that's all I want to do. And then, of course, we can do some chaining to just check everything's okay. So I'm going to get the response JSON, and then I'm also going to catch the errors. Let's also get the then data, just console log the data. Wonderful. So now if I press the button solve, instead of going directly to Rapid API, it's going to visit localhost 8000/solve, and then it's going to trigger essentially this. It's going to visit here, and the request to Rapid API will be done in the backend. Okay, so front end going to backend, then it goes whoa and triggers this, which will then trigger that. So let's test it out. So once again, I'm just going to put through some numbers, click solve, and wonderful. Our API key is hidden. It's hidden in the back end. This is our server. We have now hidden the API key on the back end, on the server. It's no longer on our front end at all. In fact, we're just calling our own back end here. Great. So this is looking fantastic. However, one small thing, we are still just hard coding this. We need to now pass parameters to the backend from the front end. So I'm going to show you how to do this super quick. So along with the header, what I'm going to pass through is a body. And in the body, I'm going to pass through some data. And that data essentially is this, but I need to also wrap it in JSON stringify in order for it to work properly. So now we're passing through our data with the body, which means that if we look in here and we actually console log out the request, okay, so one of the two parameters that we're passing through, and I'm just going to get at my terminal. And once again, let's refresh this, and I'm just going to click solve. So that's the data, right? So if we look in here now, and we actually see all of this is the request. Okay, all of this is the request being passed through. And for some reason, body doesn't have anything. Let's try it again, maybe. Okay, not sure why that happened. Request. Maybe let's try request body, as I know that's what I want. And then I'm just going to do AAA so we can find it easier, because there's a lot coming back to us with this whole request. Like all of this is essentially the request. Okay, so we need this to be headers. Make sure that says headers. That is my fault. I think it's sometimes good to see mistakes that other people make. It makes you realize what is important and what is not. So solve. And also while I'm here, this actually needs to be an object. Okay, make sure that is an object. Again, just to make it super clear what we are working with, I'm going to say numbers. Okay, so data needs to be an object. And then make sure this is headers, like so. And then this whole object's being passed through to the body, and then the body is going to the server and is attached to the request. So now if I console log out the request, I'm just going to clear this out and click solve. Okay, so now AAA, let's search for AAA. Okay, so this, all of this is the request. And on the request, we should find the body, which will have our data that we are passing through. So is it here? And there it is. So body, numbers, there's our object with numbers, and that is what we pass through. So to get this, we need to go request body numbers, request body numbers like so. And I'm just going to grab this because we don't need this anymore. And I'm just going to put it here. So great. There we go. We have officially finished. This is now our backend that's going to handle our requests and also going to keep our API key safe. Great. So again, let's just put in some numbers. I'm going to do the first one so that we know this is correct. Let's do the first two. Solve. So that's what we're passing through. And then the solution, we need to put the solution back in. So this means we just need to pass the solution back, which is fine. We can do so easily. We are already showing the response data, okay, as a response JSON. So we can grab that response JSON. This is important if we want to get the response of the request here. So we're making the fetch request and then the data. Okay, well, we're going to do more here. So let's put this on more lines. We can console log out the data, but what we also want to do is actually populate values. And we want to populate the values with the data that's coming back to us, which is this data solution. This one's not solvable. So solvable and solution, we're going to pass that through. So data, what was the first one? Solvable. And the second one was data solution. So that is how we're going to populate the squares again. And let's actually clear the submission. So submission is going to be blank. Okay. Great. So this is looking good. I think maybe we have one too many of these. Wonderful. Submission. Attempt to assign. Okay. That is fair. Let's just make this a let. Because I just want to override it. Great. So one last time. Again, I'm just going to go with the first few of these. Oops, no, that shouldn't be that. Otherwise, that will not be solvable. Solve. So that's the data we're passing through. And then, ta-da! Amazing. And then again, we get this is the answer. So this is looking wonderful. Hopefully this all makes sense. Please take my project, improve on it, style it up. I really want to see you make this your own. For example, of course, you can get the solve button and just give it a little bit of styling. So background color. I always like the color coral. Let's make the color of the font white. And then let's just give it some padding of 10 pixels and margin of 20 pixels. As well as a border radius. Who doesn't love a border radius? 10 pixels. Cool. So I don't really like the styling, so border none. And of course we can have on hover as well. So I'm just going to grab the whole button and on hover, I'm just going to change the background color to be a little bit darker. So background color We can choose coral, but then I think we can just, change the color in here. Just make it a little bit darker. I'm just gonna grab this because we don't need this anymore. And great. Ta-da! This is looking fantastic. So I am really happy with this. I hope everything made sense, and I'll see you in the next section. In this next project, I'm going to be showing you how to use 2 crypto APIs in order to build out a crypto dashboard. Our crypto dashboard is going to have a currency converter on it, in which we will be selecting from a list of currencies in order to convert one to the other based on a certain amount. An exchange rate display that will show us the currency live exchange rate between the currencies, and a cryptocurrency newsfeed that will bring back 7 articles along with the URL that we have encapsulated the title of the article in. To get the latest data, we are going to be using these 2 APIs from Rapid API, one being this currency converter API right here, and the other being this crypto news API right here. This tutorial is perfect for those wanting to learn how to use APIs and how to use them in React projects in order to build out their front-end developer portfolio. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Let's get to it. Okay, so let's do it. So here we are on the Rapid API Hub. Rapid API Hub is a platform used by developers to find and connect to hundreds and hundreds of APIs, as you can see right here. I like to use Rapid API as I can literally scroll through all their options in a categorized way. And not only that, once I have a Rapid API key, I can use the same key for all the APIs that you see here. Okay, so no need to sign up to various different platforms and manage hundreds of passwords and API keys. You literally just need one to access all of these. For this tutorial, the APIs that we are going to be using are this Crypto News Live API to get a news feed in our app, as well as this Alpha Vantage API that we're going to use in order to get the cryptocurrency conversions. Okay, so these are the 2 we need. Let's get to it. So I'm just going to bring up my IDE of choice. Of course, you are free to use whatever IDE that you wish. This is just the IDE that I will be using for this tutorial. And I'm just going to create a new project. And this is going to be a React app. So I'm just going to click here, and that will bring up the command that I need in order to spin up a pre-configured React app. Okay. And here's what I'm going to call my project. So let's go ahead and call this crypto dashboard. For those of you who have not used this command before, it's really great as it allows you to spin up a single app application with all the files pre-configured. So for example, with all the correct dependencies and all the correct file structure. Okay, so let's get to it. I'm just going to click create, just like so, and that should spin up my app for me. There we go. You will see all the dependencies being installed, all the files being created, and you should see that populating in my crypto dashboard project right here. Now, for those of you who aren't using WebStorm, you can, of course, do this using your terminal. So I would simply go into a directory of my choice, such as development, and then I would use npx create react app and just simply call this something. Let's go ahead and call it crypto dashboard again, and just click enter. But of course, I'm not going to do it this way because I am using WebStorm to do this, but that is an alternative for those of you using something like VS Code, for example. Okay, so this should be done any second, and done. Happy hacking. Okay, wonderful. So as I said, you will see all the files being generated in here. I'm not going to talk you through this because this tutorial has the assumption that you've already worked with React. So I'm not going to talk you through what a .gignore file does and what a package JSON file does. However, just know that all the dependencies we need are here. They have been installed thanks to npx create react app, but we are going to add one more. Okay, so I'm just going to get up my terminal just like so. And using npm I, I'm going to install the package Axios. Okay, so I'm just going to let that install. And for those of you who don't know, Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for the browser and Node.js. So we can use Axios in the backend or the front end, which makes this perfect for our project. If you want to have more of a read about Axios and how to install it, as well as the code you need to get started, please go ahead and visit npmjs.com, so the npm registry /package/Axios. Okay? Wonderful. While that is installing, I'm just going to go in here and actually delete everything that we don't need. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete anything to do with tests and setting up web vitals as well as the logo, as we will not need that. So I'm simply going to delete these files like so, and delete anyway. And I'm also going to get rid of the app CSS file, as I want all my styling to be done in the index CSS file. So just in one place, as this is a small project. And I'm just going to get rid of this app test file too. So just like so. Great. So now if we look in app.js, well, we don't have these two anymore. So I'm just going to delete that. I'm going to delete these semicolons just like so and save this page. I'm going to go into index.js and once again, just delete everything that we don't need along with the semicolons, because I don't really like using semicolons, but that is totally my choice and it's totally up to you. Great. So let's have a look to see if that is done. And wonderful. So the Axios package has been imported. If we have a look in the package.json, you will see it show up here along with its version. Okay, so if you are having any issues in the future, it could be down to the fact that this package in the future is now outdated. So please go ahead and revert back to this one if that is the case. Same goes for all of these as well. Okay, wonderful. So now that we have that, let's continue to building our app. So I'm just going to go back in here. And first of all, we need to start our app. So in WebStorm, I can simply press this button and that will run this script right here. So the start script. Or if you're not using WebStorm, all you'd have to do is go npm run start. But as we don't have to do this because we are using WebStorm, I'm just going to go ahead and click here. And that will spin up our app. And our logo is not defined. So let's go back to our app.js file and get rid of the logo and just click save. And there we go. So let's just go ahead and visit this URL now. And wonderful. So there we go. That is essentially what is showing up here, just without any styling, just to show you that I am not lying. I'm going to change this to Ania and it changes to Ania. So that is working. I'm actually going to get rid of all of this code as well as this div with the class name of app, as we don't have it anymore. So let's just go ahead and have two wrapping divs, just like that. And there we have it. We now have the basic structure to start our React app. I'm just going to change this to be a function expression as well. Again, this is just my personal preference. You could have kept it as function if you wish. Great. So now that we have a blank slate, well, what do I want to do? I want to create an app that on the right has a news feed and on the left has a currency converter that will also show us the currency converted exchange rate. So I'm going to do this with components. So I'm going to create my first component. As we said, I want a news feed on the left. So I'm going to create a component that will have my news feed in it. So just on the same level as the index CSS file, I'm going to create, so go new directory, and I'm going to call my directory components, where I'm going to store all of my components. So these components are essentially React components, and I am just going to create a new file, and let's call this newsfeed, just like so. And in here, well, just like we did with this component right here, so I could actually just copy this if I wish and paste it in here and then rename this to news feed, making sure to rename it down here when we export it as well. And of course, delete that. So this is now our news feed, just like so. And then perhaps just so we can actually see it as well, I'm going to give this the class name of newsfeed. Great. Newsfeed. So this is looking good. I am happy with this. Let's carry on. I'm actually going to copy this again because we do want to make 2 more components. So let's go back to here. We have a newsfeed component, and on the left, I said I wanted something to show the currency converter. So just like so. So that is going to be our converter. So that is going to be our second component. If I've spelled that correctly, that looks good. So once again, in here, I'm just going to create a new file. I could just select JavaScript file if I want, and I'm going to call this currency converter, just like so. We don't need to add .js because it already knows this is a JavaScript file. So there we go, we've got a currency converter, and once again, I'm just going to create a component. Let's call this currency converter, that's correct. Making sure to export default it down here, and also maybe let's give this some styling just so we can differentiate between the two. So I'm going to call this, you guessed it, currency converter. Great. So now, just so we can see what's going on before we add the third component, let's style it up. So in here, let's go ahead and just keep that code for now. I'm going to get the newsfeed class, so dot for class, and let's just give it the background color of red for now. And then I'm also going to get the currency converter class and go background color blue. Okay, so great, we've made 2 components. I also now need to import these components. So import newsfeed from, and because it's an export default, it actually doesn't matter what we call this, okay? It will know that we want that component. So we need to import it from components newsfeed, just like that. Making sure that newsfeed is spelled exactly the same here. So now this whole component is being imported into my app. Once again, like I said, it doesn't matter what we call this. We can call it whatever we want, as the export of the component is just a default. So we just know that whatever this is, it will be imported into here as whatever we call this. Great, let's do the same for the currency converter. So import currency converter from components and then currency converter. So now if we look in this browser, you will see the newsfeed and the currency converter. Let's perhaps just go and make sure that this says currency converter, just so we can know which one we are talking about at all times. Okay, so there we go, newsfeed and currency converter. However, as we said, we want the newsfeed to be on the right and the currency converter to be on the left. So I could do so easily with some styling. So let's go back in here, and on this div, let's just go ahead and give this the class name of app. And go back in here, just above here, I'm going to add a app class, and I'm going to say display flex. Okay, so now the 2 appear next to each other. Wonderful. While we are here, I'm actually just going to give it some more styling just to make sure that they're always next to each other no matter what. Flex selection column will just mean that they're always next to each other. And I'm going to align items in the center. Okay, so that is just something for the future when we start building this out a little bit. Great. So we have created 2 components. However, I did say I want a third, and that third component is going to show us the exchange rate. So let's go ahead and create an exchange rate component. So once again, in here, create new file. Let's make it a JavaScript file. And I'm going to call this exchange rate. We could call it display if we wish, or we could just say just exchange rate component. It's up to you. So I've just added that. And once again, I'm just going to basically copy this because it's exactly the same. And I'm going to call this exchange rate. Export the exchange rate component, and let's just give it the wording of exchange rate here. And once again, let's also give this a class name. So I'm going to call this exchange rate. So there we go. I'm going to my CSS file. And once again, all I'm going to do is simply give it a background color so we can differentiate. Let's go ahead and give this the background color of green. Great. And now this time, I don't want to put my component in here, okay? I actually want to put it in the currency converter. So I'm going to go in here and import exchange rate from, and because we are in the same directory, this will be very easy. All I need to do is essentially just go to the file. So just like that. And where do I want to put it? Well, I just want to put it below here. So I'm going to put in the component like so. And now if we look here, wonderful. So actually I want these flipped around. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Making sure that the news feed is after the currency converter. And great. So we've got the news feed on the right. We have the currency converter on the left, which also includes the exchange rate in it as a child. So the exchange rate is the child component of the currency exchange component, which I have misnamed again. Let's just go currency converter. Again, this won't be important. I'm just showing you this for now. Wonderful. So now that we've got that, let's get to converting some currencies. So I'm going to be doing this in this component right here. So I'm just going to get rid of all the others. We're not going to need them for now. I will keep the CSS file as that could be useful in a bit. So the first thing that I'm going to do is let's actually just create an H2 tag and put currency converter in it, just so that we know what is going on here. So let's call that currency converter. And now in here, what I actually want to do is create a table. Okay, so I'm going to create a table just like so, just to make sure that everything is structured at all times. So here is my table tag. And as you might or might know, when we use the table tag with JSX, we actually need to put a body tag in here as well. And now we can start making table rows. So I'm going to make my first table row, and in it I'm going to have a table data cell, which I'm going to give some text to, which is going to say primary currency, just like so. So there we go. And now I'm going to have another table data cell, but this time in this table data cell, I'm going to show you how all this looks like in a bit. I'm going to have an input element. Okay, and this is going to be a self-closing tag, and the input element, well, I only want numbers to go in here, so I'm going to give it the type of number, because currency should be in numbers. Let's also give this a name for good practice. So I'm going to call this currency amount 1, and then the value, which at the moment, it's not going to have a value, so I'm just going to leave it as an empty string like so. And let's have a look at what this looks like. So there we go. We have a table, which the row consists of primary currency, and then an input, which allows us to select different numbers. Okay, great. Before we move on, I do actually want to put this in a wrapping div, just because I feel like it should all be in a wrapping div so we can give it some extra styling around the table. So I'm going to grab that entire table and put it in this div just like so. And then let's give this div a class name of input box, as that is what we are creating. And we actually need one more table data cell. So here's our first one, here's our second one. Let's put one last one before we move on to the next row. And in this table data cell, I actually want a select element. And in this select element, well, I'm gonna have to put some stuff in here. So we need a value, which once again, I'm just gonna leave empty for now. Let's also give this a name. This is gonna be called currency option 1, as it's gonna be the currency that we first choose to convert to the other. Let's give this a class name of, again, let's just put currency options for now, not currency option 1, as we're gonna apply this class name to 2 select elements, and then we're gonna have to have some options. So I'm just gonna leave one option for now, but we will be mapping an array onto more options, making sure that is outside of here and in between these 2 select tags. So right now could be a good time to just reformat this, just to make our code a little bit neater. Reformat file, run. Okay, so that is looking much neater. Let's carry on. So now if we look in here, you will see primary currency, an input, and a select with nothing in it to select. I want 2 of these, okay, because I want a primary currency and then the second currency as to which it's converted to. So I'm simply going to grab all of this, so the whole table row, TR is for table row, and simply just paste it again. And this time, let's call this secondary currency, currency amount 2, currency option 2, so whatever option we choose, and this is looking good. Wonderful. So now I think it's time to actually get some currency options. So let's go ahead and do that up here, right under where we return the JSX. So I'm actually going to hard code these currencies. This is because the API that we are using returns so many currencies, not all of them crypto, and I want to make sure that they're all crypto. So all I've done is simply use this API right here, the Alpha Vantage one, and done some research on what kind of cryptocurrencies it has and what format we need to put them in. Okay, if you want to do your own research, please go ahead and see the documentation and read more. So all I'm going to do now is use what I have previously found. Again, this is my research, and I know that this API takes Bitcoin in that format, Ethereum, and I'm just going to maybe copy paste the rest because, again, I don't want to be here while you watch me type it out. So those are the ones we're going to convert to. I do have US dollars in there as well, so maybe that's not the only cryptocurrency one, but I think it's a useful one to have. So there we have our currencies. It's an array, and I'm going to use this array called currencies to map out the options onto different option elements. So here we have our option element, and to map onto it, well, I'm going to show you how to do this. We need to put this in some curly braces, and then I'm going to grab the currencies array and use the JavaScript method of map to map. Again, I'm just going to wrap that around in parentheses. And for each item, or for each currency, let's call it, in my currency array, so for every item that exists in this array, I've called this currency, I can call it I can call it whatever I wish. And for each of those, well, what do I want to do? So again, let's just use our parentheses to wrap the option. I want to essentially just put the currency in between these options. Okay, so there we go. That's really it. I'm going to make this smaller for you. So if we now look in here, you will see all my currency options. We are not yet done, however. For best practice, I do need to put in an index, even though we won't really be using it. So as we are not going to be using it, I can simply just do index like this. Okay, so I pass through an index, but we don't really need it. It's not really that important, and hence I'm putting in an underscore. It can be ignored. So that means we also need to put a key on the option. So I'm just going to pass through the index. Let's have a look at our warnings now. Okay. Apologies, this should be T-body, not body. That is my fault. And where is the other one? T-body. So that has been updated. Great. And it's telling us to put in a value. Okay, this we are aware of. We have left it blank for now. Wonderful. So we've finished our first select. Let's carry on. I'm going to also apply this to the second select. So just like we did up here, I'm just going to grab all of this and also map onto the options in the second select right there. So wonderful. So that is looking good. The next thing we need to do is actually save the selected option to state. So I'm going to show you how to do this now. So for this, we're going to actually have to import useState from React. I'm going to do import useState from React. Hopefully you know how to use useState. If you don't, please go ahead and research that now. Otherwise, feel free to code along with me. I'll do a brief overview of what it is. So to use useState to save things to the state of this component, what I have to do is use this syntax. So for example, if we want to save the first chosen currency, let's choose to call this chosen primary currency for the first select, and then we're going to set chosen primary currency like so, and use useState. And for now, I'm going to pass through null. Okay, so what I can do, so at the moment using useState, I am saying that chosen primary currency is null, but I can change that value by using set chosen primary currency, making sure that is a small s. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to use this. And on the select, I'm going to say that as soon as this changes, so whenever this changes in value, I'm going to pass through E for event. You can pass through the whole event, or you could just pass through E if you wish. And I'm going to use set chosen primary currency to change the value of chosen currency to whatever the value of my select is. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. If I now console log chosen primary currency, we look in here. So let's have a look at the first one. At the moment, it is null because that's what we use state to set chosen primary currency to. However, if I select LTC, we have changed chosen primary currency to LTC. We can also get it to display in here, and I can do so easily, simply again on the select, changing the value to, you guessed it, chosen primary currency. So that is looking good. Now, there is one thing that I just want to make you aware of, because we are starting at null, and as you can see here, it says BTC. This could potentially cause errors, okay? Because we think that we have chosen BTC, but the value of chosen primary currency is null. So I'm going to actually hard code this to be BTC, just to be in line with what we see. Wonderful. So we've done one, let's do the other. So how do you think we would do this other select? Well, quite simply, we do it the same way. So I'm simply going to copy this, and we're going to do chosen secondary currency. So chosen secondary currency. Also, we'll start it at BTC. Let's console log chosen secondary currency just to make sure everything is working fine. And on change of the select, so on change, set chosen secondary currency to E target value, and also show the chosen secondary currency here. Set chosen secondary currency. It's very long. I think that's fine. Set chosen secondary currency. So now if we go here, and then let's just check this works. So refresh, as you will see, the chosen secondary currency is BTC. And if I change it to ADA, there we go. So wonderful. We are storing the first chosen currency. We are storing the second chosen currency. The next thing we need to do is store the amount that we want to convert to state, because we're going to have to send all three of these things over to our API. So as you will see here, to get a currency exchange rate for crypto here, well, it's asking us for the currency we're going to change it from, the currency we're going to change it to, and then we are choosing to save the amount so that we can get the exchange rate and multiply it by the amount we want to exchange. So great, let's go ahead and do that. So once again, up here, I'm going to go const amount, set amount, use state, and I'm going to pass through a 1 as a default, okay, because we want to convert one of a BTC to whatever the currency that we choose to convert to. So at the moment, amount here is the number 1, but we can change that using set amount. So I'm going to do so on the first input. So just up here, and this time, once again, we're going to use onChange. We're going to use E for event, and we're going to use set amount and pass through E target value. Okay, so great. Now we are saving all three things. Let's just go ahead and check if this has worked. So I'm going to console log the amount, but I'm also going to show the amount in the input itself. So let's have a look. Obviously, 1 is showing up as we used use state in order to do this. And if I now change it to 2, you will see the amount changing as well. So we have all three things saved. Let's carry on. Now it's time to actually use this piece of code in our project. So I'm going to hook this up. I want to say that as soon as I click a button, then we make this get request. So let's go ahead and create a button. I'm going to do so right at the bottom here, after the table. So there we have our table. Let's go ahead and create a button. I will be formatting all of this a little bit better at the end. Let's just continue for now. And the button is going to say convert. And let's go ahead and give this an ID in case we want to style this or anything like that. I'm going to call it convert button, just like so. And I'm going to say that on click, I want to, let's pass through a callback, I want to convert. So this is a function that I have not yet written. In fact, I'm going to write it now. So I'm going to write this function up here. So const convert equals, and I'm going to just write a function. So what do I want to happen when we press the button? Well, I essentially want to make a get request. So I'm simply going to get all of this and I'm going to paste that in here, making sure to take this out. And we're going to import Axios by ourselves here. So import Axios from Axios. This is the front end way to do it. Great. So we've imported the package that we installed as a dependency at the beginning of this video, and we can now use it in here. As you will see, we are making an Axios request. I'm just going to tidy this up a little bit. I don't want to use var. Let's use const. And once again, let's just get rid of any curly braces. And I'm just going to use arrow functions here too. So just like that. Okay, so now as soon as we have all three of these, well, I want to make a get request. So I'm going to replace this with the chosen primary currency. And I'm going to replace this with the chosen secondary currency. So just like that. And for now, let's just check this works. Let's just go in here. and press refresh. And I'm going to keep this as a 1, and I'm going to change Bitcoin to US dollars and click convert. And there we go. We are getting back our data. So as you will see, here is our data. It's actually the same data that if we tested this endpoint. So if I go ahead and click test endpoint, we're getting the exact same data. Okay, so this is looking good. If you haven't signed up to this, now is a good time to do so. Otherwise, you can't test the endpoint and what we have done might not work for you. So please go ahead and sign up to use this. As you will see, I am subscribed. This one does have some pricing that comes along with it. So we can only make 500 requests a day. However, as this is a personal project, that should be fine. I do not expect to go over this per day. Okay, so wonderful. Let's carry on. So hopefully that is now working for you. Once again, you do need to be subscribed in order to use this and in order to test it. So if something is not working for you, it could be because you have not subscribed. Great. Okay, so now that we're getting back a response, I actually want to save this response, once again, you guessed it, to state so that we can use it. So I'm going to do that down here. Let's save this as exchange rate, as that is essentially what we want to get from here. I'm looking for the exchange rate. Okay, that's what I want. So to go into this object, I will need to go into the real-time currency exchange and then find the exchange rate. So I'm going to show you how to do this. First of all, let's just set up our use state here. So exchange rate, set exchange rate, use state. And I'm just going to start off with this being 0 this time. Okay, so there we go. So now there's our data. However, we want to go into the object, and to go into the object, but by the property or key, I'm going to just get, this right here as a string. So that is what we want to get. And then once I am in that object, I want to get the, that was cleared. I'm just going to go ahead and let's look in here, making sure that we are in digital and crypto on the exchange rate. We can have a look at sample responses. So we're going to get the real-time currency exchange, and then we're going to get the currency rate. So I need to get that whole string and then simply put it in here. So that should get me the exchange rate. I'm also going to set this to set exchange rate and pass through essentially this whole thing right here. Okay, so now if we console log exchange rate, we should see the exchange rate. So let's have a look at that. So once again, let's select USD and click convert. There we go. We are getting the exchange rate. Should we try another one? Let's do this one and convert. And we are getting another exchange rate. So this is looking great. We have a few more things to do. I actually want to display this exchange rate multiplied by the amount that we want to convert in here. So I'm going to do that next, and that will actually solve this warning for me as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So that is my exchange rate. Another thing I want to set is the result, and the result is the result of the exchange rate multiplied by the amount. So I'm just going to simply go this, which is the exchange rate, and I'm going to multiply it by the amount. So that should be fine. This returns back a number, and this is a number. However, we also need to get the result. So set or result we can do. Set result equals use state, and I'm going to start off at 0. So now I can use result and display this in this input right here. So that is the second input. And actually what I also want to do on this second input is disable it. Okay, because I don't want it to be tampered with. I simply want it just to show the result. Okay, so this is looking good. We don't really need to type for this as it's just showing the result. And make sure this is a D, and there we go. You will now see it's disabled. And if I now select a value, so 2 Bitcoin to US dollars, and click convert, amazing. Now I can now actually change this and it will do another conversion for me. So this currency converter is officially now working. Wonderful. So hopefully that makes sense. We aren't getting any warnings yet. We have solved this warning. Let's carry on. Now, I did also say that I wanted to show my exchange rate in its own component. So here's my exchange rate component. It is the one in green here. I'm simply going to pass through the exchange rate, not the result, into it. So I can do so easily. So I can go in here and just go exchange rate and pass through the exchange rate. So I'm just passing through a prop into the exchange rate component. So let's go ahead and save that, making sure that is a small e. And now let's go into our components again. So the exchange rate component, and I'm going to destructure the exchange rate that I passed through and simply just show it in here. So now if we look in here, you will see the exchange rate showing up. Not the result, but the exchange rate from one currency to another. Wonderful. Let's carry on. So now I'm going to just do some styling on this component. This is going to be a very simple one. All I'm going to do is actually just have an H. Let's do an H3 tag this time. Exchange rate, like so. And I'm going to show the exchange rate. Let's put in H1 tag, H1 tag. Oops. Okay. H1, just like so. Making sure that's an H1 as well. And then we could also pass through, if we want, maybe we can pass through, chosen primary currency to secondary currency, just so it's super clear what is happening here. It is the conversion rate from one to the other, which means we just have to pass through the chosen primary currency and the chosen secondary currency. So that is also something that we can do. It just means we need to pass them through here as well. So let's just go ahead and do that. So I'm just passing them through as props and chosen primary currency. I'm also going to pass that through as a prop and then destructure it in the exchange rate. So now if we look here, you will see the exchange rate and you will also see that what we are exchanging it from. Okay, and let's just try again. So let's go Ethereum to US dollars and click convert. Ta-da! You will see that changing. Great. And if I increase this, convert, again, that will change. Wonderful. So I'm happy with this at the moment. Of course, we will style it up a lot better. For now, I just also need to do my newsfeed. So let's tackle that first and then do any styling and any other issues that may arise from what we have built so far. So let's do it. I'm just going to go back to here and I'm going to get rid of the currency converter and the exchange rate. And I'm just going to open up my newsfeed this time. So as we said for the newsfeed, this time we're going to use this Crypto News Live. Again, please make sure you are subscribed to it so you can use it. The pricing of this isn't too bad. We get 300 requests a month, so this is okay for personal projects. Like I said, this is for building up your personal projects portfolio. So please go ahead and subscribe to this one and just make sure you don't go over 300. So my endpoints for this are like so. I just want to get all the articles to get all crypto news. So all I'm going to do is just copy this. Again, we don't need a different API key. It's the same API key for everyone. Please keep it safe. I will be deactivating my API key after this. So all I'm going to do is go back in here. And this time, because I just want to get all the news articles, we don't need to attach this to a button. I'm going to use effect. Just like so. And then in this use effect, thank you for importing use effect for me. Make sure that is imported from React. I am just going to have no dependencies so that this only runs once. And I'm going to paste all the code we just copied. And again, this is for backend. So I need to import Axios the front end way. Import Axios from Axios, making sure that I just want to use single quotes. Again, that is a preference, you don't have to. And now this code should work. And I'm just going to once again switch this to a const and get rid of any semicolons. And again, change this to an arrow function. You can also use async and await. It's totally up to you. I just copied this, so there's less work for us to do. Great. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and save the results of this. So these are the results. If we test it out, so if we test out the endpoint, this is what the results should look like. So this is an array of items. This is good. It's good that it's an array. It will make it a lot easier for us. So once we get the results back, so the response data, that should be an array that we can work with. So let's go ahead and work with it. So once again, here is the array, and let's save this as something. I'm going to save this as articles. So this is where we use state again. I'm going to go const articles, set articles, and I'm going to use state and set this as null this time. And let's go ahead and make sure use state is imported from React so we can use it. And now the response data, I'm going to just use set articles to set articles to be the array, which is response data. So response data will come back with the array as we just saw in Rapid API. Response data. Great. So let's check it out. Let's see if that is indeed bringing back our articles. And wonderful, an array of all the articles. So now we're going to do some more mapping. So just in here in the news feed, well, what do I want to happen? I think that we should, just in here, let's perhaps also give this an H2 tag this time of news feed. And then, well, let's map each news article. There is a lot of articles, so what we can do is just get the first, I don't know, first 20 articles or something, or first, let's just do first 7. So I would get the articles array, and I'm going to use the JavaScript method of slice and just get the first 7. So that's how you would do it. That's how you'd get the first 7 items of an array. And I just want to check this exists first, because obviously it might not exist on the first render. So if it exists, I want to save this as first 7 articles. And once we have those first 7 articles, well, this is the array that I want to map onto something. And I think we can just map this onto a p tag, just like so. So let's get our curly braces up again. And I'm getting the first 7 news articles. And if they exist, I want to then map that onto the p tag. Okay. So for each article, that exists in the first 7 articles, I want to use some parentheses, just print out the article. Let's have a look. I want to print out the article title. So article.title. So let's get the article title just like So, and there we go. Once again, we will get an error as we have not passed through the key, but at least we're getting our newsfeed show up. This is looking good. I want to limit the amount of re-renders because obviously that's going to count towards our 300. So let's just keep that in mind. And then I do underscore index and give the p tag a key. Or we can actually, which might be a better thing to do, we can wrap this in a div itself. So wrap the p tag in a div so that we can give each div some styling if we wish. And let's give this the key of underscore index, just like so. And perhaps maybe let's space this out so it's a bit more readable. And we can also, because we see this comes back with an article title and an article URL, I can now use that URL to wrap the p tag in it. So if I go A, and then just whack the p tag in there and give this an href of, the article URL, or how is it spelled here? Yes, URL. That should wrap each of them in a URL so that we can click this and go to the news article to read about it instead. Great. I'm really happy with how this is looking. So, well, of course, please feel free to use whatever news feed you wish. This is just the first one that I came across on Rapid API. There are so many to choose from. So this is looking good. This is pretty much all I want to do. The next thing that I want to talk to you about is storing your Rapid API keys safely in a way that will prevent other people from taking them from your GitHub. Okay, so that is what we are going to do now. And I'm going to finish with some styling and refactoring and just checking everything works properly. So to store this, we need to store our Rapid API key in a .env file, and that .env file is in the root of your project, so on the same level as the package.json. And I'm just going to create a .env file, and then in here I'm going to store this. We don't need to specify this as a string, that is implied, and let's call this Rapid API key. However, to use this in the React app, I also need to append React app to it, just like so. So that will now work. So now all I need to do is grab this, and I need to use process env in order to get the key from my .env file, and then just paste that. I'm going to do so as well for the currency converter get request. And again, it's the same key, so just like that. And now we need to restart. Don't forget to restart the app. So I'm going to stop and rerun. Okay, so again, this is now kept safe in a .env file. That seems to be working just as intended. That is good. And then I also need to add this to the .ignore so that it doesn't get uploaded onto GitHub by mistake. And don't forget that even though we are storing this in a git ignore and we are preventing this to being uploaded onto GitHub, technically this is not super safe. The only way to really keep your secret safe is to build out a backend, which we will not be doing in this tutorial. However, if you do want to check that out, please do. I do have some videos on this. This is just for your own demo purposes, for projects to get hired, okay? This is not how you would do this in real life. So you can either choose to just save this as a personal project or watch some tutorials of mine on Nodejs, Express, and so on. But just to prove to you that this is still viewable, if I go to sources, then go to static, and then go to main chunk and search for Rapid API, you will see the key is showing up, okay? It's being bundled up, and we don't see process env React app anymore. We actually see the string itself. So that's just something that you should know. People could still find this, especially to the more trained eye. So keep that in mind. Great. Now this is all looking fine. There is some styling. One thing that I would like to do, however, because as we can see, if I change this, everything is changing here. And if I convert this, there we go, we get the exchange rate from Ethereum to US dollars. However, if we start messing around with this, obviously I don't expect that to change, but this is no longer the correct exchange rate. I only want to pass through the chosen currency, the primary and the secondary one. So I'm going to show you how to fix this. I am doing this on the fly though, so please bear with me. This is not something I pre-prepared. But the way I would do this is that I would save this to state. So again, you will see here that we are saving the exchange rate. Well, the exchange rate is the only thing that we want to pass through into the exchange rate here. So there is two ways I can do this. The simple way is for me just to simply set primary currency, exchanged, maybe let's call it like that, and pass through the chosen primary currency, and then create another use state. So this time it's going to be set primary currency exchanged and primary currency exchanged, and then do the same for the secondary currency. Set secondary currency exchanged and then secondary currency exchanged. So now we can essentially set the currency that we want to pass on to our exchange rate component, chosen secondary currency. So instead of this, instead of the chosen primary currency, I'm passing through the set one. And same for here, so secondary, just like so. Okay. So at the moment it's null. Of course, we should probably change this to be the default, which is BTC. Okay, so now when we choose one of these, let's go Bitcoin to US dollar, do one convert, that will change. And if I change this now, that will not change again. So that is one way to do it. Again, there's better ways to do it. My suggestion would be to change this all into one thing and just save all of this as an object, just because we're not using this for anything else apart from passing into here, and it will just look a lot neater. So you can keep it like this, or of course you can make this an object. Maybe let's make an object. So const exchange to exchange, or exchanged data, let's call it. Data, changed data. Once again, I am doing this on the fly. Exchanged, which is why it's taking me a while to think of how I should call these. Use state. And then I'm going to have to set this as something. I'm going to set this as primary currency BTC, secondary currency BTC, and then the exchange rate as 0 for now. So that is the object that I want to pass, and I'm going to use set data right here. So comment that out. Set exchange data. I'm going to open this up, and once again, I'm just going to have the same structure that I did here. And this time, exchange rate is going to be this. I'm going to copy that. And this is going to be the chosen primary currency. And this is going to be the chosen secondary currency, which means I don't need this anymore, because I'm just dealing with everything in this one object. So that should now be saved to exchanged data. We can console log this out. And I'm simply just going to pass through the exchange data, get rid of these, go back to the exchange rate, simply just pass through the exchange data. And now I can get the exchange data, exchange rate, exchange data, chosen primary currency, and the exchange data, chosen secondary currency. So let's hope that has worked. Exchange rate is not defined. Just gonna get rid of these for now. There we go. Oops, that should be primary currency. And this should be secondary currency. Exchange rate is exchange rate. And let's check it out. So now if I go Bitcoin to US dollars, convert. Okay, so that is changing. It will not change this, so that is good. However, the exchange rate is not showing up. Why is that? Exchange rate. Let's console log the exchange data. Convert. So the exchange rate is being passed through. I can see that. It's because it's a capital E. So let's go ahead and change this here. Exchange rate. Exchange rate. Wonderful. So let's just make sure that that is the same too. And there we go. This should be fine. Again, thank you for bearing with me as I fix this on the fly. Convert. Wonderful. So we have done it. We have now built our currency converter. It converts currencies. It only passes through the set currency, and it won't change anything if I select other ones. So just like so. Not all of these convert to each other, by the way. You would have to do some more research on that. And if I press the button, the currency conversion will go through. Great. So now just some final styling and we're finished. So I'm going to go back to here. And we have our app, our newsfeed. I actually don't really like this color. Let's go ahead and change this. I'm going to use RGB for this tutorial. Sometimes I use hex and sometimes I don't. I know this color is nice, so this is something that I pre-prepared in terms of styling because I don't really like to spend too much time on the styling. If you know me, I feel like I like to focus on the JavaScript options a little bit more. So let's give it some margin. Let's also give it some box shadow. So if you know how to use box shadow, this should be familiar too. Sorry that I am not explaining this very much. Once again, I don't really like to focus too much on styling aspects in my tutorials. And finally, I'm also going to give this a max width. So the newsfeed itself of 300 pixels, as it is a bit intimidating at the moment, it's taking up too much space. I only want it to take up this much space. Great. So there we go. And next, the currency converter. Well, I'm actually also going to change this to use RGB. And this is a color that I picked out earlier. So they're all going to be quite light neutral colors. Let's also give this some padding of 10 pixels. Margin 5 pixels just to space all the boxes out from each other. And once again, I'm just going to copy this box shadow styling. And I'm also going to make all the text align to the center. So that has now changed our currency converter to look like this. One more thing to do, and that is style the green exchange rate. So let's find the exchange rate. And once again, let's change this to be an RGB color. And I'm going to change this to be 221, 230, 221. And let's again give it some padding. So padding 20 pixels. Margin top 10 pixels. And then box shadow, again, just let's give it that. Great. So that is already looking a lot cooler, I think. Let's also make sure that it's in the center. So I'm going to do that now, and maybe let's style the button a bit. So button, border, none, float, right, because I want it to go to the right. Let's give it some margin. I love a bit of a margin. Font family. Now the font family should be applied from the body, I think. So perhaps let's just relieve that. That is looking fine. However, on the button hover, so as soon as we hover over the button, I want the background color to change. Let's start off with coral, but let's maybe just change it around a little bit to also be RGBA. Okay. Well, let's keep it coral for now, and I can always replace it later. So now when we hover over, it changes color. Let's also space this out a little bit. So let's perhaps do that now. I'm going to get the input box. Give it a background color, RGB 218, 227, 238. Padding 30 pixels. Border radius, I like a bit of border radius, to 10 pixels. And once again, some box shadow. Now this is shaping up much nicer now. That button's in here, and this is looking a lot slicker. A few more things to do. I want to add some styling to the select and the input. So I can do so like this. I can grab the input and the select and just give it a border of none. Okay, so I've got rid of the border of that. And I think this is looking good. I'm really enjoying how this is looking. Perhaps let's also add some border to this here. So border radius on the exchange rate should also be 10. And wonderful. And one last thing, I did say I want to center this. So let's go ahead and do that. So change that to an F. That should have been an F from the beginning. So now these two are once again on top of each other. I want them to be next to each other. So all I'm going to do is go into here, and in the app, I'm going to put these in another div. I'm just going to get these, cut them, and give this a class name of app wrapper. Grab the app wrapper and just once again do display flex. So now they're next to each other, and one final touch, I'm just going to add a title for our app, so an H1 tag, and let's call this crypto dashboard. And wonderful. We have now finished our crypto dashboard. I hope you've learned something new. I hope you can take this project and share it with your potential employers, really demonstrating that you know how to work with APIs as we work with two, and demonstrating your React skills, as well as demonstrating that you know about the safety of API keys. Thanks very much, and I'll see you soon. Okay, wonderful. So we have now built out our project in React, but as we know, our API key is not totally safe, as we just saw. To make it safe, we are going to build out a backend. I'm going to be showing you how to do this using Node.js and Express. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so let's do it. I'm going to show you how to save your API keys safely by building out a mini backend. First off, here is the project that I'm continuing from. If you want to have a go at coding this, please do the part 1 before carrying on. Otherwise, please continue watching me show you how to make a backend for a React project. So at the moment, this project is fully front end. It's built purely in React. And as you will see here, we are making GET requests to an API directly from the front end. And along with making a request to this URL, we are also passing through some headers, which are the xRapid API host, along with the xRapid API key right here in order to communicate with this API right here. So at the moment, this Rapid API key is in the .env file. However, as mentioned, this is not safe. We can go ahead and inspect our project and find this quite easily. Once again, I'm going to show you how to do this. So first off, let's just run this project. So in your terminals, please making sure you are in the directory of your project, run npm run start, or if you are using WebStorm like me, simply just go ahead and click here. And that will spin up our app. So there we go, here is our app. And if I now inspect our app and simply go to sources, look under static.js, and in the main chunk, you will see our Rapid API key is showing as the string. Okay, it's showing as the string that we saved in the .env file. So anyone can go ahead and inspect our project and steal it. So this is what I want to prevent. And I'm going to do this by first off, making this get request that we see right here happen on the backend. And then use our front end to get the data that is returned back to us from the backend on our front end. Don't worry if that doesn't make sense, because I'm going to show you how to do this step by step now. So the first thing we're going to do is make a mini backend. So in the root of your project, so on the same level as the package.json, please go ahead and create a new file, make it a JavaScript file, and I'm just going to call our backend index.js. You can call it whatever you wish. And in here, the basics to getting started to making a mini backend are the following. The first thing we need to do is define a port on which we want to run our backend on. I'm going to say it's port 8000. And next we need the packages. So as a refresher for those of you who haven't been doing this for a while, perhaps it's your first time doing this. As I said, this is a prerequisite, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. But we are going to need packages, and the packages can all be found here on the npm registry. And the package we are going to be installing are Express. So this package right here, that's going to help us with routing. So just like so, this is how we're going to install it, and this is how we're going to use it in our project. So this is one of the packages we will be using. Another one is cause. It was essentially going to whitelist certain locations for us. Another package that we are going to use is .env in order to use our env file on the backend. This is what we need to install. And the last one is going to be Axios that we are going to use in order to make GET requests on our backend. Okay, so let's go ahead and install all of those now. I'm just going to get out my terminal up here. And making sure, again, we are in the project, I'm just going to do npm-install express course.env and Axios, and just let that run. Okay, so there we go. And while that is installing, let's carry on. So as we saw previously, and as I copied from the npm registry, this is how we start using Express. What I am doing is essentially going into my package.json and getting this package, and then using it by saving as the const express. The same for cause, so require the package cause and save it as cause. And then finally, let's just add the others. So const Axios equals require Axios. And with .env, it's a bit different. As I saw from the documentation earlier, it's .env and then just config like so. Making sure to spell require correctly. So there we go. Those are all the packages that we need. And if we look in the package.json, you will see they have been installed here. So all four of them along with their versions. Now, if your project isn't working for any reason, it could be because the version is not the same and this version that I'm using is now outdated. So you can either just go back to this version right here by changing the numbers and then reinstalling all the packages by running npm-i, or you can fix it based on the package that you are using. It is up to you. So let's carry on. Now, the first package that I'm going to use is Express. So let's get Express, because I'm going to use Express in order to just listen out to our server. So Express, once again, I'm using the package, I'm saving as Express, and now that we have it here, I'm going to essentially just call it like so. So now it releases all of its wonderfulness. And let's save it as something new now. I'm going to choose to save it as app. And the package Express actually comes with some great stuff. It comes with listen, and we can use listen. So this is coming from Express to listen out to changes on our port. So I'm going to pass through the port, and I'm simply going to pass through a callback function. So this is the syntax for using listen. And my callback function is simply just going to console log onto our backend, or you can write server, it is completely up to you, is running on port, and then we'll get the port. Okay, so let's check this is working. Well, for this, I actually need to write a script. So in here, along with the start script, I'm gonna make another script, this time to start our backend. So we can choose what to call this script. I'm gonna go start backend. And if we write this command, I want to use node index.js to run the backend. But I can also use another package to listen out for changes all the time on the backend, and that is a package called Nodejs. So let's go ahead and install that package, npm I Nodejs. This will continuously listen out for changes on our backend. So that one is my preferred option to use. And while we are here, I'm actually just going to amend this so it's more readable, to start front end, which of course means that we need to rerun this, because at the moment the npm run start script doesn't exist. So let's just rerun this. I'm going to change that up here, and the script is start front end, and apply it just like so. Okay, and click OK. If you aren't using WebStorm, all you have to do is go back into your terminal, and when before you had npm run start, please cancel that from running and instead write npm run start front end. Okay, so that's the equivalent of what I just did up here. But I'm not going to use this because I have already done it. So my front end is already running here again. And now if I take this script, get on my terminal, and in a new tab, making sure I am still in the project, I'm going to use npm run start backend. And great, server is running on port 8000. So that is working. Let's continue. Now, before we get to hiding our API key, well, we need everything to be done on the backend. So I'm going to show you how to do this now. This is the most simple piece of routing we can do. So with this piece of code, I'm just going to explain it to you after I write it. Hopefully this is just a refresher for people. I am saying that if I visit localhost 8000, okay, just localhost 8000, that's equivalent of me writing localhost 8000, and then I pass through a callback with a request and a response, I can then use response.json to show the word hi in the browser. Okay, so method, path, callback with request and response. That is the syntax, okay? That is the template for everything that we need to do with the routing. And now if I visit localhost 8000, you will see the word hi show up. So that is looking like it's working. We are going to use this as a template for the next step. So I'm just going to copy that. And this time, what I want to say is that if I visit the URL, let's go with news, instead of hi, I want to display all the results of my API call right here. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is just copy all of this, Okay, this is the request we are making to Rapid API to get all the news sources and then store the results as articles in this component. Well, let's grab all of this, go in here, and instead of res JSON hi, we don't want to show hi, we want to show the response data that comes back when we make this request. So we can get rid of that as we are not setting articles to state. And instead of console logging the response data, I want to show it in the browser. So you guessed it, I'm going to use res JSON. Okay, and now because we are using .env, this will work. We are picking up whatever is in this file. Okay, so without that, without this line, this would not work. So let's check it out. I'm just going to refresh here and let's visit news, and wonderful. So that is step one done. We are getting the news show up in our browser, which means that now instead of visiting on the front end, instead of us visiting this Rapid API URL, I can now just visit this URL. And it'll give me back the same things. However, I will not need to pass through this on the front end. So let's get rid of that. Okay, and I'm just going to replace this URL with this. Great, so wonderful. We now no longer need the secret. We no longer need to store any secret on the front end because all we're doing is visiting our URL here, and all that work is done on the backend right here. So this is now safe. This is considered a backend. This is where we are visiting Rapid API and having to pass through an API key. So let's just check that works. I'm just going to save all of this and go here and just refresh this page, making sure that is still running. We seem to have an error. It is blocked by CORS. So this is easy. This is why we installed CORS, and I actually wanted to show you this. So without the package, we would get this error. However, let's go back to our backend and you will see we have installed the package, but we haven't yet used it. So to use it, I'm going to get app use and then simply pass through the package CORS and call it. So now if we go in here and refresh, ta-da! We are getting the news articles. We, from our front end, are making a GET request to this URL to get all of this data. And our back end is the thing that is making the GET request to Rapid API. So, wonderful. Let's carry on. Now we have one more thing to do because we actually make two API calls to two different APIs in this project. So this is good for repetition. I'm just going to shut down all the ones that I don't need anymore. So here's our backend. We also make a API call in the currency converter. So as you will see here, here is our GET request. So what do? Step one, we go into our backend and using this as a template, I'm just going to put this down here, or perhaps let's put it up here so we can compare. Once again, we have the request method, we have the path, and then we have the callback function. And instead of just responding with JSON, when we visit a path, let's choose to call this path convert this time. You can call it whatever you wish. I am now going to essentially copy all of this, including the catch with errors, and just paste it in here. So let's make that a little bit smaller so you can see the whole thing, but essentially that is the whole thing. And let's just get rid of some things because we don't need to set any exchange data. We don't need to set a result. The console log can stay. So now that is our full piece of code. we are making a request to this. However, we don't have a chosen primary currency. We're going to have to pass that through as a parameter. For now, let's just hard code US dollars. And for now, for this one, let's just hard code Bitcoin. We know that this will work because we have imported this package and used it. So that is looking good. And instead of console logging, well, I want to use res.json to show the response in my browser. Okay, so there we go, res.json. And I'm just going to copy this like so and get rid of that. So now if we visit localhost /convert, I'm going to get my data from here with these params that I passed through. So essentially I am going to be exchanging or getting the exchange rate from US dollars to Bitcoin. And let's just go in here and this time visit convert. And there we go. We are getting back the same response that we got previously when we did it on the front end. But of course now we are hard coding these. We don't want that. We need to pass through parameters. So let's go back to our front end. And this time, like we said, we don't need to visit this URL anymore because we can just visit our backend to get the response that we need, which is this. This is the exchanged amount. I'm just going to paste that in here. And we don't need these headers anymore. These are not safe, remember. We are doing all of this on the backend now. So let's go ahead and just delete that. Now, one last thing we need to do, as I said, is pass through parameters, okay? So I'm going to show you how to do this. Let's just go ahead and click save here and go back to our backend. Now, when we make a GET request with parameters, this stuff, this information right here is sent over with our request. So if I console log request, just like so, and let's go ahead and just refresh this and convert, and then visit our terminal, you will see that this is the request that is sent over. You will see the path in here, you will see the method, you will also see the query. Okay, so there we go. Here's the query. So we need to go into the query object and then get from currency, but also get to currency. So let's do that now. So once again, here is the request object. I need to go into the query, and then I also need to get the to currency. So let's save this as something. I'm just going to show you this works first of all. So once again, let's refresh and just click the convert button. And there's the to currency. So I can now, let's go ahead and save this as const to currency, just like so. Cut this out and paste it. And let's do the same with from currency because we know it's pretty much the same. So this is from currency, query from currency. Okay, so now instead of hard coding these two here, let's switch them up. So I'm just going to replace this with to currency and this to from currency. So that is how you would pass through parameters from the front end to the back end. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see if it works. So once again, I am just going to actually go back in here to see if this is working and console log to currency. And then console log from currency, from currency to currency. Refresh this. Let's select Bitcoin to US dollar and let's click convert. You will see to currency US dollar and from currency is Bitcoin. So that is working. We have one more thing to do. At the moment, we are simply console logging the result out here as the actual conversion. This means that in the front end, this will simplify things for us as we simply just need to get this. So let's go back into the front end. And this time, I'm just going to console log out response data. So let's see what returns back to us. Bitcoin, US dollar, convert. And there we go. So that is the exchange rate. So we don't need to go into the object and into the object again. I am simply going to just get the response data and multiply it by an amount. So let's do the same for here. So I'm simply just going to delete all this and simply just get the response data. Bitcoin, US dollar, convert, and there we go. So we are now getting the exchange rate, and if I change this to multiply by 2 and click convert, we are now getting that to multiply by 2 as well. So there we go. That is essentially how you would keep your API keys safe by building out a backend for a project. And I also showed you how to pass parameters through from a front end to a back end as well. So hopefully this makes sense. This is looking good. I'm going to save that for you. So please do have a go at playing around with this yourself. Have fun, do some experimenting, and see you in the next lessons. Next up in our API project video, I'm going to show you how to build a fun game using a Word API. We are going to build a game that essentially allows us to choose a level and then fetches data based on the level we chose, and then maps it onto cards and buttons. We will then build out the logic of getting a correct answer to show the word correct under the button and give us a point, and remove a point if we get the answer wrong. This project is going to be built using React in the first half and Node.js in the second half. Okay, so let's get to it. So here we are on the Rapid API Hub. Rapid API Hub is a platform used by developers to find and connect to hundreds and hundreds of APIs. I like to use Rapid API as I can scroll through all their options here in a categorized way. And not only that, once I have a Rapid API key, I can use the same key for all the APIs that you see here. Okay, so no need to sign up to various different platforms and manage hundreds of passwords and API keys. You literally just need one to access all of these. Here is the API that we will be using for this video in order to build out our game. So as you can see, I have already subscribed to this one so I can test endpoints. So for example, if I go ahead and just test the endpoint here, you will see something like this come back. So as you will see, this is an object that has the level 3, as that is the level that we passed in to the GET request. And along with telling us what level this is, we have an array under quiz list, and this array is essentially our quiz list items. So the array is full of objects, which has an array under quiz, which will give me the 3 words that I need to find an associated word with from these options. So here we have conference, course, forum. The word that they could be associated with are seminar or rail. Well, I'm going to go with seminar because these seem like words associated with seminar. And you will see the correct answer is option 1. So great, and we have so many of these in our array, all with this shape. So great, this is what we're going to use to build out our word association game. So now that we can see the results of this GET request right here, and we know that we can pass through different levels, I believe all the way up to level 10, let's get to it. So all I'm going to do is simply copy all of this and put it in an app. The app that we will be making is a React app, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's get up our web store, or please feel free to use whatever code editor or IDE you are more comfortable with. I'm just going to go ahead and click New Project. And it's a React project. So this is all been pre-configured for me by WebStorm. Let's call this Word Game. And then it will use this command in order to spin up our React app. However, if you aren't using an IDE, please make sure to go to your terminal, pick a directory of your choice. So for example, I could go development, and then simply run this command and call the app whatever you wish. So this is a command from the internet. You can find it here, and is essentially what will spin up a React app for you, pre-configured. Okay, so please go ahead and read more about that here if you haven't used that before. Otherwise, let's carry on. So like I said, let's get to it. I'm just going to click Create and wait for my React app to spin up. If you have a look at the terminal, you will see that happening right here. And there we go, happy hacking is done. So if we now look in our Word game, you will see all these extra files. This is what npx create React app did. It essentially created this React app for us, all with a package JSON with the correct dependencies. So here we go, these are the dependencies and the versions that we are using for this project, as well as some test files, the app.js file where most of the code is done, and so on. So now if I go ahead and just run this app, so I can do so just by pressing here, and we'll run the run npm start script that we see here. So let's go ahead and do that. Or of course, if you are not using WebStorm, you can just go in here and making sure you are in your directory of choice. So we would have to go into development and then into Word Game, just like so. And once we are in there, of course it doesn't exist for me because I didn't do it this way. You would just go npm run start. Okay, great. Okay, so there we go. Let's visit this URL. I'm going to choose to click this one, and amazing. Great. So I'm just going to inspect this page so we can get our console log out and continue. So now that we know that is working, I'm just going to delete everything that I don't need so we can start from scratch. So I'm just going to go into my app.js file. And this is the code that we are seeing. So for example, if I just go Ania, visit the web page again, you will see that is changing. So that is looking good. However, I don't want any of this. I'm just going to delete all that. I'm also going to delete the semicolons just because I don't really like using them for these types of small projects. Let's also delete the app.css file. I'm going to put all my styling in this one file right here so we can go ahead and just remove this one from the project and go delete. I'm not going to do any tests, so let's delete the tests. I'm not going to need a logo. So once again, I'm going to delete these three. Delete anyway, which means we also now need to get rid of it from the index.js file, just like that. I'm going to keep this, I'm going to keep those in there. Let's also delete this one that I missed, so app.test.js. One last thing before we move on is I'm going to change this to a const, just like so. Again, this is a personal preference that I'm going to continue working with. So this is called a functional expression. It is pretty much exactly the same as the function that we wrote before. There are some slight differences, but again, you are free to use whatever you wish for this particular tutorial. Okay, so let's carry on. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is essentially get all of the data that we see returning back here. Once again, let's test this endpoint. So I want to get all this data, but I want it showing up in my app, okay, so that we can work with it. So all I'm going to do, and this is super simple, I'm simply going to copy all of this, and then in my WebStorm, above, before I return the JSX, I'm just going to paste this like so and change it a little bit because this is currently for Node.js. This is not a Node.js tutorial. This is simply a tutorial to learn how to work with React. We are not going to be building out a backend, and I will talk a little bit more about this when it comes to securing our API key in a .env file, but for now, let's carry on. So I'm going to delete this, and I am actually going to have to import the Axios package. So let's go up here and making sure we are in the directory, I'm going to use npm I to install the package Axios. Now, as a refresher for those of you who are new to using packages, there are loads of packages that you can choose to work with when using React. I'm going to show you a few of them now. Here is a registry of various packages that I can choose to install into my project to help me out. And as I said, the package that we want to install is Axios. So if you search for Axios here, you will find it. You will also see how many times it's downloaded weekly, as well as how to install it into your project, which we just did. In addition to that, you will also see a description of Axios and what it's used for, along with some great snippets of code that we can use in order to get using it straight away. Axios is essentially a promise-based HTTP client for the browser and a Node.js. So we are going to be using it in our front end of the browser, not Node.js in this occasion. Okay, and again, I am installing it just purely because you will see here that this requires Axios. So that's what we are doing. We are putting Axios into our project so that this code works. Great. So now that I've shown you where you can find more information about the package we just installed, let's check if that has installed. And wonderful. Let's go ahead and check if that package has indeed installed. We can do so easily by going into the package JSON, and you should see another dependency pop up. It is, in fact, Axios, along with the version that we will be using for this tutorial. If for whatever reason you might have issues in this tutorial, it could be because you are using this in the future and using a newer package. Okay, so if that's the case, please go ahead and revert to this package version right here. We can now go ahead and shut the package JSON page down, as we will not be needing it anymore. Okay, so now that we have gotten rid of this line, which is the line you need to use when importing this into a Node.js backend, I'm going to show you how to import it when using it in the client. So all I'm simply going to do is write import Axios from Axios, just like so. Wonderful. So now, because we are console logging the data out, if we go here and just rerun the app, so stop and rerun, and now inspect the page, you will see that what is returning back to us is an object. And if you look here, it's got the level 3. It also has the quiz list items, so array of quiz list items. And if we click into the first one, we get the correct answer, we get the options, and we get the quiz. So exactly the same as these results that we see when we test the endpoint right here on Rapid API. Wonderful. Now, before we move on, this is a freemium API. I have chosen the basic version, which means that I get up to 10,000 requests a month for free, and then it moves on to the Pro version, the Ultra, and the Mega version too. So that is just a reminder that this is a freemium API. We do get a lot of requests, so because this is for personal use, this is a personal project, I'm pretty confident that we'll not be using 10,000 requests a month, and I can happily carry on. Okay, so I think I'm now happy to shut down Rapid API and continue just with my project. Now that we're getting all the data, well, let's actually get to using that data. So the first thing I need to do is save the results of my GET request to state. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. Once again, I'm just going to clean this up a little bit. I'm not going to use var, I'm going to use const. And I'm going to get rid of all the semicolons right here, as well as make this an arrow function, purely because that is my preference. So there we go, get rid of this, and also use the arrow function. This is not code, this is a helper that is showing up from WebStorm, so please don't write this out as code. Great. So because we want to fetch this data first at the beginning, but then also at various other times, I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm actually going to put all of this inside a function. So just go ahead and cut that out. And the function that I'm going to call this is const get random words, just like so. Now, the reason I'm putting this in a function is because I don't want the results to show up straight away. I want them to show up after we select a level. Because once again, if I paste this right here, this level, I don't want that to be hard-coded. I want us to select the level and then fetch the data based on the level that we chose. So this is why I put it in a function. I'm going to have to call this function once we select an actual level. So let's go ahead and figure out how we're going to do this. First off, I'm actually going to create a select list just down here. So to do this, I'm going to use the select tag just like so. And in here, I am going to put out my options. So there we go. There we have an option. You can map over these. However, there's only 10, so I'm not going to bother. I'm actually only going to do 3 for now, and then we can add the rest in later, just to save us time. So there's option 1. Let's also give this a value that we can access later of the string 1. I want this to be a string so that it fits with what we have here. This is a string. And like I said, let's just do, we don't really need these. Let's just do 3 for now, and we can always add the others in later if we wish. Great. Now on the select, for best practice, I'm just going to name this levels. Let's also give it an ID of levels so that we can pick it out later when we need. I'm just going to keep all the quotes consistent. The value for now, just going to be empty. And then on change, well, what do I want to happen? I actually want to get the value of the option selected. So I can do so easily by using eTarget value. However, what are we going to do with this? We need to save this to state. So I'm going to do that up here. So just under the app, I'm going to say const chosen level, and then set chosen level equals use state. And we'll start off with the state being null. So hopefully you know a little bit about React hooks. If you don't, please do go ahead and pause now and just give it a little bit of research. But essentially we are using use state, which I'm going to import from React. And I'm using use state to say that first off, the state of chosen level is the value null. However, I can use set chosen level to change the value of chosen level. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to say that on a change, I want to set the chosen level to be from null. Once again, this is a helper from WebStorm. Let's go ahead and maybe make all of this more readable. Set chosen level, I'm going to pass through its new value, which we have said we want to be eTarget value. Okay? So that is how you would do this with React hooks. That is how you would change the value of chosen level with React hooks. Let's go ahead and test it out. I'm simply going to console log out chosen level, as that is what we are changing using set chosen level. So let's go ahead and try that out. We can't leave this empty, so I'm just going to go like this for now. And let's go ahead and select level 2. You will see that a 2 shows up as our chosen level. This is because I have chosen level 2, which has a value of 2. So let's go ahead and change level again. 3. Amazing. So that is working. Let's carry on. Now, we can also make the chosen level show up on our select. So if I then change this to chosen level as well, you will now see that whatever I selected is also showing up in here. Okay, so before this, it wasn't doing that. Let's go ahead and get rid of this and just make it an empty string. Okay, see that is not changing. However, if we do use chosen level here, we will see that as the selected value. Great, let's move on. Now that we are selecting a level, I want to be able to pass that into the getRandomWords function. And I want to put it here. So all I have to say is go chosen level, just like so. Now, at this moment in time, if we press the button, this will be a null and we are passing through a null into this function. We can start off with this being a level 1 and then that would be our default, making sure that's a string. However, I essentially want to immediately get all the words as soon as we change that value. So for those reasons, I'm going to keep this a null and carry on building out our app. Okay, so what I want to say is that, let's put this select in another div. I'm going to choose to give this div the class name of level selector, just like so. And I'm going to get all of this select and put it in here. Let's also maybe give this a title, give an h1 of word association app, and then give it a p tag of select your level to start. And then I'm actually going to make another div. And this div, I'm going to give the class name of question area. Okay, and for now, I'm simply going to put a h1 tag with welcome to level. And then I'm going to put the chosen level here. So at the moment, you will see both these divs, welcome to level, word association app. I want to write some code that means that if I select the level from this div right here, I'm just going to change the color of these so you can see them a little bit better. So let's grab the level selector and just get up our CSS file and make this red. And then let's also grab our question area class and give it the background color of blue. Okay, so what I want to happen is if I select a level, then this red div will disappear and I will only see the blue one. Okay, so obviously at the moment that's not happening. I'm seeing both of these. So we can say that as soon as I have a chosen level, okay, because at the moment it's null and then I chose it to 2. So as soon as I have a value for that, the red div will disappear and the blue one will show up. So this is how I can do that. I can use the chosen level variable to essentially hide one of these. So if I get my curly braces like so, and if I say if there is no chosen level, then show this div. And let's wrap this one again in some curly braces. However, if chosen level exists, then I want to show that. So let's check it out. Okay, so at the moment, chosen level is null. So we are not seeing the blue div. However, if I select a level, then we only see the blue div with the level we have chosen, which was level 2. Great. So this is looking good. And once we do have a chosen level, well, I actually want to grab all our data so that we can populate it here onto little cards. So let's do that next. To make things a little bit less confusing, because some people might assume that we have chosen level 1 here when it is in fact null, I'm actually going to add another option. So I'm just going to do so above here. So let's create an option. And in it, I'm going to put the value as select a level, but I'm also going to give this a value of null. So just in case someone clicks it, the value null won't change and we won't go to viewing the next div. Okay, so we have decided that our chosen level is going to be the reason that one div shows as opposed to another, but we have also decided this is going to be what decides when we get our data. So I can do this by using the use effect hook. The use effect hook is essentially something that happens after the app renders, so sort of like a side effect, and we can make it re-render as many times as we wish based on certain variables. So that is what I'm going to be doing in this tutorial. I'm going to say that if the chosen level changes, so I'm saying that I want this to run whenever chosen level, the variable chosen level changes, and if chosen level exists, I want to get random words. Okay, so let's see if that works. Let's go ahead and change the level. So at the moment, chosen level is null. If I change it to 2, well, there we go. We make a get request. See? Wonderful. And then we have all that data. If we got rid of this if statement, we might get some errors. So for example, it's trying to make a call, but we can't do it because there is no chosen number. So this is why I have if chosen level exists, just to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, great. So now that we are getting all the words show up as soon as we choose a level, let's carry on to this next div just right here. So I'm going to open it out for us a little bit, and there we go. So I decided that I want to map out my questions onto little cards. We can make a card component for this, but as it's just going to be a simple div, I'm not going to bother for this. You can, of course, take this to the next level if you want to have actual styling and actual functionality to your cards. And then I would recommend making a components folder and making a card component. But as I said, it's a small project. I'm not going to bother for this one. So this is essentially where I'm going to start mapping up my questions to, this little div. Let's go ahead and perhaps style it up a little bit. I'm going to call this a question box, and I'm just going to give it some styling. So I'm going to go down here and use question box, and I'm simply just going to give it a background color. Let's say anti-white, a padding of 10 pixels, a border radius of 20 pixels, and a margin of 10 pixels. I'm also, for now, just so we don't have to keep selecting levels, going to hard set the level to be level 2. Okay, so now that we have the little card, I want more than one of these cards. So I'm going to use whatever amount of questions that come back to us to map out this information onto 10 cards, because that's how many questions that we have. So let's do this. So first off, I need to save that information to stay here. So when we get our random words, after we console log the data, I want to get that response data and save it to state. So all I'm going to do is just like we did here, go const. We can call the object, we can call it a question, but let's call it words, as this is a word association game. I'm going to go set words like so, and use state, and I'm just going to pass through null. So now when we get the data showing up here in our console log, I also want to save it to state under words. So I'm going to use set words in order to do this and just pass through the response data. Okay, so there we go. And once we have the words, I'm just going to console log them out here and have a look here. So there we go on line 28. We are getting the words. However, we want to use the quiz list. So this array right here. So if I now get the words quiz list like so, and just check that words exists, there you go, we will see the array. So this is what we're going to use to map out our cards. So let's go back here. And this question box, so I'm going to wrap this like so in some curly braces, and I'm going to get the array. So the array exists under words quiz list. I'm going to use .map to map out each question. So I've chosen to call this question. You can call it whatever you wish. I'm just going to wrap this like so, not in curly braces, but in parentheses. Okay? And of course, just like we did here, we just have to check that words exist. So here, when we check that the chosen level exists, I'm also going to check that words exist, just like so. Okay, so we're getting the array. This is essentially an array. I'm mapping it out onto these divs, and I've called whatever item in the array comes back to us a question. And all I'm going to do for now is in the question box, so perhaps let's make this more readable. I'm simply for now just going to get the question's correct answer. And great. So for each of these items, I'm going into the item. So we have called this item question. So going into the question and getting correct. So the first one you see is 1, and we are essentially just showing the correct answer for each one. Great. But I also want to go into this array. So we're going to have to map another array inside what we've just mapped to show both the options that we have to choose, but also the quiz words that we then have to pick a option for. Okay, so an associated word option for. So there's a lot of mapping going inside mapping. Let's continue. So we have a question box. The next thing I want to do is get the question quiz, so these right here, and map them onto p tags. So all I'm going to do in the question box, so once again, let's get our curly braces to do some mapping. I'm going to get the question, this time quiz, and use map to map out for each tip, I'm going to call it. You can call it whatever you wish. I'm going to map out a p tag, as I said, and just show the tip. So there we go. We are essentially getting all of these, so these 3 words like so, and mapping them onto p tags so they show up. And finally, let's do the options. So the 2 options, again, this is an array, so you could use the map JavaScript method. I'm actually going to create another div for this so that we can style them next to each other. And let's go ahead and call this class name question buttons, as I want to create buttons. And in here, I'm going to use question.option this time. So not options, option, to map out my option, so each option, onto a button. But I'm actually going to wrap this in another div, again for styling purposes. So let's go ahead and give this the class name question button individual. So this is question buttons, and this is the question button styled div. And now I'm going to get the button tag, and all I'm going to do is pass through the option. So there we go. Let's have a look. Great. We of course need to add a key. We are getting this object, and we are using mapping in order to map out all the options and map out the correct answer, but also map out the quiz items here. So options, quiz items, correct answer. First off, I'm just going to style these up a little bit. So let's do that now. Let's get the question buttons first. So once again, just using dot, the class name, question buttons. And I'm just going to use display flex to make sure they are next to each other, and just give them a flex direction of row. So there we go, they are now next to each other. Now, I'm also going to start question button, which is the div encapsulating the button for reasons that I have not yet explained. Essentially, I want a word, the word correct, to show up under the button if we get the correct answer. But I don't want the word to show up next to the button. I want the word to show up under the button. So this is what the div with question button is going to do for us. It's going to make sure that these 2 things stack on top of each other. So I'm going to use display flex again, but this time I'm going to give it flex direction column, just like so. Okay, so let's actually have a look in here. You won't see much changing, but if I click this, I essentially want the word correct to show up under here. So that's what that styling has just done. Before we carry on though, I just want to have a look at this warning, which is telling us that we need to give a unique key every time we map. So let's go ahead and do that. On the first map here, well, I'm actually going to give this a question index, which will be useful later on. So I'm just going to wrap this like so. And on the tip here, this is not very likely that we will need to keep count of the index. I'm just going to put underscore on it, as this is a way to sort of say that we don't really need this. It's not very important, but still we have it here. And I'm just going to give the p tag a key. And finally here on the option, this time I will need an option index, I feel. So I'm just going to go ahead and use the option index like so and wrap it again. Okay, so now let's have a think about what we want to do. Well, we want to check for the answer. So I'm going to do so. I'm going to write a function to check if our answer is correct based on the button we click. So let's grab the button, and on click of the button, so I'm just going to write on click. Well, I want to write a function that will check for an answer. Okay, and how are we going to decide to check for an answer? Well, what I'm going to do is essentially say that if my option index, so for example here I have given each of these option an index. The first one's going to have index 0 and the second is going to have index 1. If the option that we click is the same as correct answer, however, we are going to have to add 1 to the index because our correct answers go by 1 and 2, well then we know it's a correct answer. So to do this, I'm going to pass through into my check answer function. I'm going to pass through the option index as well as the correct answer. So that would be question.correct. So as we said, this will either come back with a 1 or a 2. So whatever the option index is, I'm actually just going to add 1 to it, just like so. And because we are now calling this function, it was before a callback function, we are currently calling this function, so I'm just going to get rid of this so we can read it more. I need to make this a callback function, so all I do is that. Otherwise, we'd be calling the check answer function without even clicking the button. So now let's go ahead and write our check answer function, and I'm going to do so up here. So I'm just going to go const check answer equals, and there we go. So what I have passed through so far is an option index and the correct answer. I don't need to add a +1 because we have already added that +1. So whatever value comes back should be the value already with that +1 applied. Great. So let's just check this is working. Console log option index and correct answer. Making sure that it's in the function itself. So let's go ahead and try this out. Let's have a look here. So at the moment, it doesn't matter what button we click. However, if I click here, so in my opinion, values view option, the correct answer would be option 1, 2. So I should get a 2, okay? So if I click this, which is option index 0, 1, but with a 1 added, I expect my console log to print out 2 and 2. And it does. So we know this is the correct answer. So if we get a 2 and a 2, and if these are equal, we want something to happen. So let's write this now. If option index equals correct answer, you could make it less strict because if you want to, because essentially even if it's a string of 1 and a number of 1, we would still want that to be correct. So if option index equals correct answer, well, we know this is the correct answer, and I'm going to start collecting all the correct answers in an array in state. So let's go ahead and do that first up here. So const correct answers, and then I'm going to do set correct answers, use state, and start off with this being an empty array. So if you want to add to an existing array using the use state hook, well, I would use set correct answers. So go ahead and put that in here. And you can't just put something in here, okay, because there's already an existing array. If you want to add to that array, you would get the correct answers, just like so, and then you would open up the array and just use the spread operator. And then you'd simply pass through whatever you want. So if I just go ahead and put the string A, that is how you would add a new value to an already existing array using the use state hook. So let's check it out. So if I get the correct answer, if I click on a button and it's the correct answer, I will add the string A to console log correct answers. So I'm just going to show you now. So particular, special, strong, I would say that's emphasis. I'm going to click it and you will see the string A has been added to my array. And here, well, we know this is the correct answer, so I'm going to click it. And you will see another string of A has been added to the existing array. So great, that is how you would do that. However, we don't want to pass through an A. What we want to pass through is the correct answer, okay? So all I'm going to do is go back to our check answer function because we need to pass through another variable into here, and that is the option itself, so the correct answer. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that here. I'm going to pass through the option. So for example, here I would pass through emphasis and here I would have passed through acid. And then making sure to pass that through in the exact same order. I'm then just going to replace this with the option. Okay, so now we know this is the correct answer and there it goes into our array. We know this is the correct answer and there it goes into our array. If we click here, nothing will happen because that's the wrong answer. Okay, great. In this next section, I'm going to show you how to disable buttons if we have clicked it, no matter if it's a correct answer or not. We're actually going to use the same approach we did right here. So I'm going to save all the click buttons in an array. And then later, if the option exists in that array, we will disable the button. So once again, let's just go up here. I'm going to open up our array and I'm just going to go clicked and set clicked. And then use state to once again start off with an empty array, and we're going to use the spread operator to add to this array. So once again in check answer, just after we check for a correct answer, I'm going to use set clicked to once again get the existing clicked array, use the spread operator, and then pass through whatever we want to add into that array, which is going to be the option. So that option gets passed through whether the answer is correct or not. So now we can actually use the disabled property on the button and say that if the clicked array that we have just added to includes the option that we are mapping, so for example, acid or urban, so these are the options again, we will disable the button. So let's go ahead and refresh this again. So we know that this is the correct answer, and there we go, that is now disabled. If I click here, that will be disabled too. So we're essentially just disabling the button if the option exists in our clicked array. So once again, I'm just going to console log out this array. So when we start off, this should be an empty array. And when we click the button here, we are setting click to be whatever the array is. So currently it's an empty array. We're going to pass through the option that we clicked. Okay, and then this value will be whatever the new array is. So I'm console logging that down here. Let's go ahead and pass through a string so we know which array is which, and this one is going to be correct answers. just going to refresh this. So at the moment, both arrays are empty. And if I click number 2, which we know is the correct answer, we're being told here, okay, correct answers gets the option consumption. Clicked also gets the options consumption. However, if I click here, clicked increases by 1, so we pass through this option. However, correct answers stay the same. So that is working. Let's move on. The next thing that I want to do is simply display correct if the answer is correct. So this is great because we're already collecting the correct answers in an array. So this part will be easy. Under the button right here, well, I'm just going to make a p tag that's going to say the word correct, but I only want to show it. So once again, let's get our curly braces up. I only want to show it if, let's get our correct answers array, and if it includes the option that we are mapping, then I want to show correct. Okay, so there we go. Once again, let's have a look. We know this is the correct answer, so this is correct. But if I ever click here, nothing happens. Wonderful. Okay, so this is looking good. And one last thing we need to do is just add a score so that by the end, we know what our final score is. And I'm going to do this in our check answer function. So once again, let's actually save the score to state. I'm going to go const score set score equals use state, and we're going to start off at 0. And I'm going to use set score to set score, and I'm going to do so in here. So if we get a correct answer, we of course want to add that to the array, but we also want to get the score. And if I want to add to the existing score, so once again, if I want to add to the state, I need to get the score that is currently in there and use score plus 1, just like so. And if it's a negative, so if we are not correct, I want a -1 from the score. So I would simply do that. Great. And this means that we can now display our score. I'm going to do so just under here where we show the level. I'm going to use an h3 tag to do this. And I'm going to say your score is, and I'm simply going to show the score. One last thing we need to do, we don't really need this, so I'm just going to use the underscore and pass this as a key to the question box. So key, just like so, and pass through the question index just so we don't get any warnings. And just do the same for here. I'm also going to get rid of showing the correct answer here as we don't need that anymore. That should be a secret. And just add some final styling. So I'm actually going to put all of these questions in their own div. Let's give this the class name of questions like so. And then in here, I'm literally going to take all of this. So up to here on line 93, cut that, and then put it in here. Great. So we've styled the question area. The questions, I'm actually going to use display flex wrap, and then wrap, so they wrap over each other, and justify content space between, okay? So that now they appear like this, but I'm also going to constrain how big their parent div is, which means I need to get the question area and just give it a max width of 1000 pixels, as this is their parent div. Now, the button, well, the button that I want to style, I'm just going to grab the button as I want to apply this styling to all buttons in my project. I'm going to give it a margin of 5 pixels, padding of 8 pixels, border radius, as I always like to give buttons a border radius of 5 pixels, border, let's say none, and a background color of dark cyan, making sure that the text in it is white. However, when the button is disabled, I want to make the background color dark gray. And the text itself, let's just go dark olive green. Of course, please feel free to use hex values or RGB. This is just a simple project, so I'm not too super worried about the coloring, but of course, that is half the fun. Please go ahead and go wild, style it up as much as you wish. Okay, so there we go. This is looking better. This for some reason is not working. We have misspelled flex wrap. Also misspelled this. Okay, so there we go. Just final bits of styling to do. You will see this is all working. I'm actually just going to add a back button so that we can select different levels too. So let's go ahead and add another button in here. Okay, so just under here, after all the questions, I'm going to make a button div just like so. And it's going to say go back. And then this is really easy. I'm just going to say that on click, I want to set chosen level back to null. Okay, so that was really easy. That was quite a nice thing for us to do, as that functionality is just mega for minimum work. Let's have a look. So if I click here, there we go. And finally, let's style this up. So I want to get rid of the red, and I'm just going to add some styling to the select. So once again, let's go back in here. I'm actually going to get rid of this for now. You are free to add styling to that class if you wish. And the select element is going to have a margin of 5 pixels. Let's give it some padding. 8 pixels. Give it a border radius of 5 pixels. Border, none. And background color, dark cyan. As well as making sure that all the text is white. Great. So this is looking good. I'm actually going to delete this styling that came with the app, and I'm going to start up the app ourselves. So give it a font family of Trebuchet MS with a backup of Lucinda Sans Unicode and a third backup of Lucinda Grande. Everything in the app I want to have display flex because I want to center it. So I'm going to use justify content center, but then also text align center. And I'm just going to give it some padding at the top of, let's say, 100 pixels. And I'm just going to make sure to keep all my classes the same. So I'm just going to give this a small a. And wonderful. So now if I go back, there is my word association app. And I can choose levels and it will take me to that level. Great. So amazing. We did say we want to add more levels because you can go up to 10. So let's go ahead and do that now. That's 6, 9, and then just add one more. So that'll be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Oh, I should have, never mind. Let's just go ahead and do this. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we're done with that. We've done with the styling. We've got our app working. This is looking good. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about your API keys. So this API key, you should never really save here like this or upload this onto GitHub because anyone can come and take this, they can use it, and then you'll be charged a lot of money. So this is not good practice. So I'm going to show you how to do this. This is only for your demo projects, okay? This is not for production. This is not to be used in any sort of serious setting. because I'm going to show you that you can actually still access your API key even if we use a .env file. This is because we are working on a client. To fully protect your API key, you would have to build out a backend, so either in Node.js or use serverless functions, which we are not doing in this tutorial. I do have a video on this, so please do go check it out. However, as this is a project for you to practice React and for you to add to your developer portfolio, we are simply going to hide this in a .env file for now. So to do this, I want you to go to the root of your project, so on the same level as the package.json file, and just create a file called a .env file, just like so. And in here, well, we are going to have to start off by writing React app. That is just something you have to do if you want to use .env files with React. And let's call this Rapid API key, just like so. So now I'm actually going to go in here and take all of this, cut that and put it in here. We don't need to make this a string, that is implied. And now all I'm going to do is just grab this and use process env and then whatever we called our key. Okay, so this means that if you upload these files onto GitHub now, you are not sharing your API key everywhere. Okay, so that is important. You can also, for best practice, so don't upload this .env file. You can add this to the .ignore if it hasn't been added already. So I'm just going to go ahead and add that .env. And you can make a sample file so people know what kind of structure to add to their own personal env files. So I'm just going to go ahead and add that file. And you can just simply take this, add it here, and go your API key. So someone would then have to sign up to Rapid API and get their own API key and put it in their project, but at least they know now what your env file looks like. Okay, so make sure to add the .env file to the .ignore so it's not uploaded if you upload it onto GitHub. We've saved our API key here and we've replaced that with process env React app Rapid API key. However, if we go back here, this will not work. This is because we now need to restart our project. So once again, I'm going to click here to rerun npm run start. So I'm going to stop it and rerun it so that it can essentially pick up our API key from the .env file. And there we go. So our project is now working. Before we carry on, I'm just going to set this back to null so that it starts off with chosen level being null. There we go. Now, I did say that even though we aren't sharing our token with anyone in our files, if someone wanted to, they can still find this on here. So I'm going to go ahead and inspect this page. So there we go. And if you go into sources, you will see that API key is actually showing up. Okay, so just be aware of that. It has been essentially injected when it got compiled into JavaScript from React. Okay, so it is still discoverable. I just wanted to let you know that. However, this is fine for, demos or building out your developer portfolio if you're getting hired. And if you don't know Node.js, this is absolutely fine as long as you can display that it's not completely safe. Then you are displaying your knowledge of API keys. However, as mentioned, if you do want to learn how to build out a mini backend, so a Node.js backend, then please do watch my video on this. Thanks very much. I hope you've enjoyed this lesson. Once again, this is the final app. We can select a level and then we can play the game just like so. See you in the next lesson. Bye. Great, so we have now finished our word game in React, but we by now also know that our API key is not safe in just a front-end React project. We need to build out a backend to make it safe. In this next section, I'm going to show you how to do that using Node.js and Express. Okay, so here we are in a real-life project. This is my word association game. I built this in React, so it's done completely front end. There is no back end at the moment involved. What we are doing is that we are making a GET request to this API right here and passing through two headers, one being the XRapid API host and the second being the API key, which I have hidden in this .env file. So just like so. If you try use this in the future, I would have disabled this, so please don't do that. Please do get your own. So as mentioned, if we run this project, we would be able to see this API key. I'm going to show you now. I'm just going to go ahead and get up my terminal and run this project, making sure that I am in the directory for the game. So I'm just going to go npm run start and wait for that to spin up. And there we go. So now if I inspect the page and simply go to sources, go into the static.js file and just click on here. And there you go. You will see that my secret has actually been injected back in here as a string, which is readable and anyone can inspect and take from us. So this is not good. I'm going to show you how to build out a mini backend to prevent this. So I'm just going to close this here and go back to our project. The first thing that we need to do is create our mini backend. So in the root of my project, so I'm just going to shut all these down and making sure that I am in the root of my project, so just on the same level as the package.json, for example, I am going to go ahead and create a new file. I'm going to make this a JavaScript file, and I'm going to call it index.js. Great. So now let's get up everything we need in order to start up our mini backend. The first thing I'm going to do is define the port that we want to run our backend on. In this case, I'm going to say it's port 8000. The next thing we're going to do is get all the packages that we need. The packages that we need for this project are going to be Express, Cause, .env, and Axios. So in my terminal, I'm just going to go ahead and create a new tab. Once again, making sure that I am in the directory for the game. And I'm just going to install, as I said, Express, Cause, .env, and Axios. And just hit enter. Now, while that is installing, as a quick refresher, we are going to use the package Express in order to create routes in our backend. We are going to use Cause in order to essentially whitelist requests from certain locations. We're going to use .env in order to use our env file in the backend. And finally, we are going to use Axios in the backend in order to make GET requests. Okay, so that is just a quick description of all four. Let's carry on. So now that we've installed those packages, as you will see, they are all here, all four of them, along with the versions that we installed. If you are having any issues, this could be down to the version, so just go ahead and correct that to be the same version that you see here and reinstall the package again using npm-i for install. Otherwise, let's carry on. So now let's use the packages. I'm going to use require, the package express, and I'm just going to save this as express, just like so. The next package that we are going to need is the package cause. So const cause require the package cause, and then let's also get require the package .env, and from their documentation, this is the way that I need to write this in order to make .env work in this file. And finally, require Axios. And let's go ahead and save this as const Axios. So we can use it in the rest of our file as this. Okay, we're essentially grabbing all of Axios' wonderfulness and saving it as the const Axios so we can use it later on. Same goes for express and same for cause. Now, the first thing that we're going to need to do is get all of Express's wonderfulness. So let's grab the const express and call it. So it releases all that wonderfulness so we can use it. And let's save this as something. I'm going to choose to save it as app. Okay. So Express comes with a lot of great things such as use, listen, and of course the get request. So I'm going to now get app, which essentially is expressive of all of our wonderfulness. And I'm going to first listen out to make sure that everything is working. So I'm going to listen out to the port. So in this case, port 8000. And I'm just going to get up a console log that says server or backend, whatever you want to call it, running on port 8000. Okay, so there we go. Let's perhaps also make this capital just so everything is consistent. And great. So now let's run this. I'm actually going to write a separate command for this. So just where we have the scripts, at the moment, this start script is running our front end. I'm also going to write a script to start our back end. So let's just make this back end like so. And the script that I'm going to use is node and then index.js. So just whatever we call this file. If I want to listen out to constant changes on the backend, I can use another package called Nodejs. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to install that once again, making sure that I'm in the correct directory. So npm I Nodejs, just like so. And once again, we'll just wait for that to install. While we're here, I'm actually just going to change this script to front end, just so it's more readable, which means I have to stop this from running. So let's go back here and just use Control-C to stop this from running. And this time we don't npm run start, we have to run the script npm start front end, as we have changed it. So just like that. So that will restart our front end, and now we can see that the Nodejs package has also been installed. This means that if we now run the backend, so let's just do it in here, npm run start backend, server running on port 8000. So as we can see, that is working. Our server, or in other words, our backend is working. Let's carry on. Okay, great. So our setup is now done. The next steps that I'm going to do is, first off, I'm going to show you how to just send data from the front end to the back end. And once we do that, I'm going to show you how to send this data, so these params, to our backend. And we are doing this once again so that we can hide the API key on the backend so that it is not discoverable. So first off, to do this, I'm going to do some routing. So I'm going to use app get. So once again, I am using Express. I'm getting all of its wonderfulness, and get comes with the package Express. And this is just your basic routing. So I'm just going to show you the syntax for routing. I'm going to pass through a request response. Okay, so we have the method, which is get. We then have the path, which is just going to be the equivalent of me going to localhost 8000. And then we pass through a callback function, and we pass through a request. So rec is for requests, and a response. So I am now saying if I visit localhost 8000, well, I'm just going to get the response, JSON, and I'm just going to type in hi. So this means, I'm going to show you, if I visit localhost 8000, hi shows up, okay? So that is the most basic form of routing that we can do. That is essentially how it looks like. We have a method, we have a path, and then we have a callback function. Now, what I want to do is essentially from the back end, I want to get the results of my API call to show up. Just like we did here, I want them to show up here, because when they show up in here in our backend, we can then use the front end to make a request to localhost instead. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Once again, what I'm going to do is make the request to the API in here. Okay, so that it shows up in the browser, just like it does with Hi. I want the results of my API call as JSON to show up in here, so that instead of making a GET request to this URL on the front end, I can make it to this URL instead and get the results. So Let's do this step by step. First off, I am going to decide that if I visit, let's say results, I want the results to show up, okay? So this just means that if I visit results, the word results show up. And if I now make an API call, so I'm just going to literally go in here and pretty much take all of this there in this function. So I'm going to get that and I'm just going to paste it in here. Let's also hard code a chosen level for now. So I'm going to hard code a 3. And thanks to what we did here, we are now able to still pick out the variable from our .env file. If we did not have this piece of code, this would not work. This would not get picked up. So let's go ahead and check this out. We of course don't need this anymore. We are not setting words. We just want to console log out the response data. So let's check it out. And just hit refresh. And let's check it showing up in our backend. So this is where we're in our backend. So we are seeing the results in here. Okay, so that is being console logged out. And now let's use res.json, just like we did above here. So just like we console logged out hi, I'm just going to pass through the response data into the response JSON. So working in here, our console log here is essentially the thing that is printing this out into our terminal. And if I use res.json, that will print it out in here. Great. So this is looking good. At the moment, our API key is hidden because we are doing this in the back end. So now the only thing left to do is go in here and get rid of it from here because we don't need this anymore. Essentially, all we need to do is visit this URL in the front end. So I'm just going to replace the URL here. We are no longer going straight to Rapid API. We're going to our own backend. Wonderful. So that should work. I'm just going to go ahead and click save. And now if we visit here, select a level, we are getting an error. So this is a cause error. So you guessed it, this is something to do with the package that we installed right here. So we are in fact installing cause. However, we're not using it yet. So to use it, what I need to do is right under we define app here, I'm going to use app use, pass through cause and just call it. So now that should have fixed our problem. Let's go in here again, select a level, let's select level 6, and there we go. Now, we are not yet finished. At the moment, we are still not passing through parameters, okay? So no matter what level we choose on the front end, this will not get sent to the back end. In fact, every time we select a level, we will get returned back questions from level 3. So I'm going to show you now. Let's get up our terminal. I'm just going to clear this so we can see everything a little bit better. And let's go ahead and try this out. So select level 9. You will see level 9 here. However, you will see we're getting back questions from level 3. And if we look in here, just to be sure, it is indeed level 3. We don't want this. We want to be able to pass through parameters. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. The first thing on here that we need to look at is the structure. So as you will see, we are passing through parameters that have a level and an area. So on our backend, what we need to do is actually, if I console log the request, so once again, let's just console log that out and refresh this and select a level, level 6, and then look in our terminal. Here is our request that we've console logged out. It's all of this right here. All of this, not including that. You will see that the level we are passing through, so here are the query parameters, is 6. So we need to grab the request query level in order to pass it through. So we can do so easily. I can in fact just show you request query level here. And once again, let's just go here, refresh, and this time let's select level 8 to see if that has worked. Let's open up our terminal, just scroll down, and right above where this is returned, you will see the level 8 is returning back to us. So this is great. This is how you would essentially pass through the parameters and get them in your backend. They are being added to the query. Okay, so let's save this as something. Let's make this const passed level, just like so. And I'm simply going to grab this. And now instead of passing through a 3, I can use the passed level instead. Okay, so there we go. Let's test it out. I'm actually going to get rid of this console log right here because it's confusing us. In here, I just want to be able to see the passed level. So console log passed level. And once again, let's go back in here, select level. Let's go with 4 this time and go into our terminals. And you will see that the level 4 is being passed. Okay, this is the value that is being passed at the request query with the level, and then we are simply passing it through here in order to get questions back at level 4. And great. So that is how we would pass through parameters from our front end to our back end, and then let our back end make the API call. Great. Another thing you might see people do is instead of having params like this, just put the parameters in one URL right here. That is completely up to you. That is possible too. This is just my preferred way of doing it. If you would like to, you would have to get this URL right here. Okay, so that is essentially what my request looks like with the parameters appended to it instead. Okay. So that really covers it. That is how you would essentially pass parameters with a GET request and also safely hide your API key. I hope this has helped. I think the best way to watch this video is to code part 1 first and then part 2. I will be adding the code in the description below, so please do check it out and let me know if you have any questions. For now, I'm just going to tidy this up, save it, and see you in the next lesson. Wonderful. So by now we have plenty of projects using APIs from Rapid API, but what if we want to create our own? In this last video, I'm going to show you how to create your own API, host it on the Rapid API Hub, and make money from it. We are going to be building a news API that will scrape newspapers for links to their websites along with article names. My news API is going to show news specifically on climate change, but please feel free to do whatever topic you wish. Scraping is always a great area, but as we are directing people to the news websites or their API, I do not see much of a problem here as we are not taking any of their content and claiming it as our own. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Okay, so I hope you're ready. In this tutorial, I'm going to be building an API that tells us climate change news from all the various publications all over the world in one place, and people can choose to purchase this information from us. We can do this with any publications. I'm going to choose to go on the topic of climate change, but if you want to go on the topic of crypto, that is completely up to you. Now, I did mention that we will be using the Rapid API platform, so please go ahead and sign up. I'm just going to sign up with Google. And I'm just going to select my account that I want to associate with Rapid API and just wait for that to complete. I'm just going to fill in my name, Ania, organization, NA, and click done. Great. So here are all the APIs to our disposal. As I said, as you will see, there's lots and lots of APIs. However, I want to create my own API. So I'm just going to go ahead and click here and then leave it at this point. Now it's time to start coding our API. So here we are. I'm just going to start off by creating a blank project using WebStorm. Please feel free to use whatever code editor you wish and just create an empty directory. So just like this, so we can start completely from scratch, okay? Before we get going, I also just want to make sure that everyone watching has Node.js installed on their machines. Node is an open source server environment. We will be using it to create our own server, or in other words, backend. It is free and allows us to use the JavaScript and language in order to create our backend, so I am a big fan. Now, I am using a Mac, so I will just click right here in order to download this onto my machine. However, here are some other options for you for installing the source code, okay? So just choose whichever one applies to you. Now, I already have this installed, so once that is done for you, let's get up our terminals and check that it has worked. To check this has worked, I am simply going to type node-v. V is for version. This will show me the version of Node that I have installed on my computer. This version is very important. If you are watching this sometime in the future and for some reason this tutorial is not working, one of the reasons could be is that the dependencies we are going to use and their versions might not be compatible with our Node version. This is also the case when working with other projects, not just this one, so keep that in mind as you progress on your journey to becoming a web developer. Okay, great. You can actually also easily switch your Node versions by installing the version that you need using nvm install and then the version. So that is now done. Now we are using Node version 0.1032. So that is something you can do if you need to use a different Node package. For now, let's go back to using the first one that we have. So I'm going to go nvm use, and the package that we had is 14.17.6. And great. So once again, we are now using this version of Node. That's the one we have just downloaded. Now that we have that, we need to install one more thing if we are using Macs, and that is Homebrew. Homebrew is a free and open source software package management system that we will be working with and installing packages with in the next section. So we need this in order to do that. Okay, great. Let's carry on. Now it's time to get coding. The first thing we need to do is run npm init. This will trigger initialization and spin up a package.json file. We are doing this so that we can install packages or modules into our project to use. If you want to have a look at the thousands and thousands of packages to our disposal as a developer, just visit npmjs.com. For example, if we Google a popular package, let's say React, we can see exactly what it does, how to install it, and how many times it is being installed into projects all over the world. Okay, so that is where you can find all the packages. Now let's go back to our terminal. As a general rule, any project that uses Node.js will need to have a package.json file. The package.json file does a lot more than just hold our packages and the versions of them that we need. So if you'd like to know more about it, please pause here and Google Beginner's Guide to Using NPM. However, if you're comfortable with that, let's carry on. So let's go ahead and create our package.json file that we have been talking so much about using the command npm init, making sure that we are in the directory that we just created, okay? So in our project. So this is how we do it. Once again, we have just written the command npm init, and now we are prompted to answer these questions. So do we want to call our package name Climate Change API? Yes, I'm just going to click enter. This is the first version that we are building. The description for now I'm going to leave blank. The entry point is going to be an index.js file that we create. The test command we're going to leave blank, and I'm just going to leave all these blank for now and click enter. So now if we look in our Climate Change API directory, we can see a package.json file has been created with all the keys that we are asked to fill out. As you can see, Climate Change API has been generated, version 1. We left the description blank. We have said that our entry point is going to be an index.js file, and we have one script. The author we left blank. We can give it an author name. I'm going to put Ania Kubo. And that's it for now. This is essentially where we're going to see all the packages that we're going to need to work with to create our web scraper. Great. So I'm just going to minimize that and create an index.js file. So once again, just in the root of my climate change API project, I'm going to create a new file. This is going to be a JavaScript file. And I'm going to call it index. So now we have the point of entry for our app. Okay, this is essentially our server. We're going to write our code to create our server in this file. Now, the first package that we are going to install to use, so we're going to install it. I'm going to show you the package that we are going to use by just opening up npm right here. The package that I want to install is called Cheerio. So here is the package that we are going to need. Cheerio is a package that we will be using to essentially pick out HTML elements on a web page. It works by parsing markup and provides an API for traversing, manipulating, and resulting data structure. Cheerio's selector implementation is nearly identical to jQuery. So if you know jQuery, this will be familiar to you. So now that we know what we will be using it for, let's get to using it to pick out elements from a web page, specifically this web page right here. Okay, so this is the web page that I'm going to be scraping. And the things I want to scrape are the titles of the articles as well as the URLs. So if we inspect this page and just gravitate to here and then pick out, for example, click here, we would want I would say I'd probably want the div with the class item header, and then looking at the h3 tag with this class name, as well as the URL that comes with it. So I can build my climate change API that will give us information about climate change from various sources all over the world. Okay, great. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully I've explained what we are going to be doing and why we're using Cheerio to do it. Let's go ahead and install Cheerio. So it tells me that to install, I need to use this command, npm I. I is for install. And I'm just going to go back into WebStorm and get up my terminal. And I'm just going to type npm I. I could type npm install. That is totally up to you. I'm going to install the package Cheerio, just like it told us to on npmjs.com. And just click enter. Making sure that we are in the project, making sure we are in the climate change API directory. Okay, that is pretty important. So that has now been installed, and there we go. We will see that a dependency has shown up. We have just installed Cheerio along with the version of it. Okay, so this is the version that we are working with for this tutorial. If for whatever reason you are getting a different version and that might be causing issues, please go ahead and just replace that here and just fill out the correct version. And then once you do that, just run npm I again, okay? npm I will essentially install all the dependencies that you see in this object right here, and then generate a package lock.json file from it. So in this package JSON log file, you will see that we have indeed gone to the npm.js registry and installed Cheerio. Okay, so here we go. We can see Cheerio has been installed for us. Great. So once again, a package lock.json file has been generated because we ran npm install, and that installed all these dependencies, and that is what generated the package lock.json file. Great. The next package that we are going to need to install is a package called Express.js. So Express.js, I'm just going to search that for you in here as well. Express is essentially a backend framework for Node.js. We are going to install it in order to listen to parse and listen out to our port to make sure that everything is working okay. What I mean by this is that if we visit a certain path or URL, it will execute some code and it will listen out to the port we define. But enough talking, let me show you what I mean by this. So once again, I'm just going to copy this command and go back to my project. I'm just going to clear that using Command K and run npm install express and just wait for that to install, and then it should show up in our dependencies just right here. Wonderful. So again, this is the version of Express I'm using for this tutorial. If for whatever reason your code isn't working, it could be down to the version that you installed. Okay. We have a few more packages to install. The next package I want to install is a package called Axios. And Axios is a promise-based HTTP client for the browser and Node.js. Axios makes it easy to essentially send HTTP requests to REST endpoints and perform CRUD operations. This means that we can use it to get, post, put, and delete data. It is a very popular package and one that I use quite a lot on a day-to-day basis as a developer. So once again, I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to go in here and install it into my project so that it shows up in our dependencies. Wonderful. And those are the 3 packages that we need for this project. So hopefully you've got to this point. Hopefully you understand how to install packages or dependencies into your project. I feel now it's time to carry on and get to some actual coding. So I am just going to start by going into our index.js file and defining the port we want to open up our server on. This can be whatever you wish. I'm going to choose to run this on port 8000, just like so. And then I'm going to write some code. This is just some standard syntax for listening out to the port to make sure it's running. But before we do that, we actually need to initialize Express. So first off, let's get Express. So I'm going to use the package Express. Again, this is just standard syntax. We need to get the package. I'm going to save it as the const express. Okay, so this is just something that you will see being done here as well. In the setup, Axios require Axios. So this is again something that we will need to do. So I'm going to copy that. In order to use Axios in our backend, this is something that we need to do. So I'm going to put that here as well. And again for Cheerio, const Cheerio equals require Cheerio. So that's all 3 of our packages done. Now to initialize using Express, well, I'm going to show you how to do this. So what I am going to do is essentially get Express and call it. So whatever the package comes with, I'm saving as Express and then I'm calling it. So it releases all its wonderful energy and all its packages and all the stuff that it comes with. I'm going to save this as app so we can use it further on. Okay, so once again, this line calls the Express function, it calls it and puts the new Express application inside the app variable to start a new Express application. So we have called this Express up here and we are now calling it and saving it as app so that we can use it in the rest of our project as we please. With all of the Express's powers that it comes with, things like app use, so app use. So essentially this is from the Express package or app get. There's a lot that it comes with essentially. It comes with a lot of power. Great. So now that we have that, let's get to using Express and using what we store as, which is app, in order to get our port up and running. So first off, we listen out for the port. So I'm going to use Express to listen out, Express listen out for port. And then I'm going to use a callback. And I'm just going to console log out in our backend server running on port, and then it'll show us our port. Okay, so this is what we need to write in order to just get a message to show us that everything's running fine on our server. However, we also need to write a script. So I'm just going to go back here. And under scripts, I'm going to get rid of this test script actually. So let's just get rid of that. We don't really need it. I'm going to write start. So I'm going to write a script for running the start command, and I'm just going to use nodemon index.js. Nodemon will essentially listen out for any changes on index.js. So now let's run our backend. I'm just going to use npm run start. And there we go. Server is running on port 8000. So our backend is working. Our app is listening out any changes made on port 8000. Wonderful. So this is looking good. We have now officially used Express, and Express comes with this listen, and we are using it to listen out to any changes on port 8000, or as we defined port 8000, we could have defined it as whatever we wish. We chose 8000. So this is now working. Let's carry on. Now, the first thing that I want to do is let's just start scraping our first web page. So what I'm going to do is write a path. So I'm going to do some routing. Once again, I'm going to use express. I'm going to use app get just like so. And then I'm going to pass through a path. So if, for example, I just pass through the home page like that, that is the home page path. And then this is the syntax for routing. And then res JSON. And then let's just write something. Welcome to my climate change news API. And click save. Remember, Nodemon is listening out for any changes. Okay, Nodemon's restarting due to changes. It's starting on index.js. So now if we visit port 8000, so I'm just going to get rid of this. Localhost 8000. Welcome to my climate change news API. So that is working. So what we have done here is listen out any time we visit the home page. And then if we visit this, we get this response JSON, welcome to my climate change news API. Okay, we pass through a request, we pass through a response. This is just a helper that WebStorm is giving us. So I've not typed this out. That is a helper, as is this. It's telling us that this is a request and this is a response. I can change this. I can make this Ania is great. And that just means, let's save that. That just means that now if I visit the home page, there's nothing there. And if I visit Ania is great, if I spell it correctly, welcome to my climate change news API. So that is working. I'm just going to make it back to the home page. Hopefully you see now how that works. Great. But this isn't our API. We need to actually get some, interesting data coming back. And I want to scrape the internet to get the data from certain news articles coming back to me. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do this, I'm going to keep that as is. And once again, let's write app get. So exactly the same syntax as above. Let's pass through a request and response, just like we did before. And this time, let's say if we visit news, well, then I'm going to use Axios get, and I want to essentially visit this URL. Okay, I want to visit this URL. So let's grab that and let's just paste it. I want to visit this URL, and I also want to wait for that to return, because this is essentially going to return a promise. It's returning something back to us. So once that return comes back, I'm going to do some chaining. If you don't know much about async JavaScript, I do have a course on this that I really recommend. It's a 5-part series. So we're going to do some chaining with this. So we're visiting this URL, and then the response that comes back to us, well, I want to save this response. So const, let's save it as HTML, and I'm just going to save it as response data. Okay, just like so. So now if we console log HTML, and I'm just going to visit this path, make sure to save that page, and let's visit news. And now let's go back to here and see what comes back to us. Whoops, that's not meant to be here. Let's delete that and save. And visit this again, enter. Okay, so now you will see the HTML of this website coming back to us. Okay, so this is essentially everything from the Guardian website's page that we visited, this website page to be exact, and it's coming back to us. So that's all I've done. However, this is great, but we need to carry on. We actually need to pick out the elements. So I'm going to show you how to do that. And to do that, we're going to use Cheerio. And actually we can just get rid of this. And Cheerio has some commands that will help us do this. Load comes with the package Cheerio, and I'm going to pass through the HTML. So the response data saved to HTML, and I'm passing that through into Cheerio. And let's save this as the $sign. So now essentially that's allowed us, or you will see this is going to allow us to pick out elements. So this is the syntax for using the Cheerio package. We need to get the $sign up, or essentially what we have defined here is $sign we're now going to use. So I'm going to use that like so. And then I am going to look for any A tags that contain anything to do with climate. So what this means, just make sure that this is contains. So what this is doing is looking on this web page right here and then finding any elements that have the A tag. So for example, this one right here. And if it contains anything to do with climate change, for example, this one doesn't. So for example, this A tag consists of the word climate. So that should be picked out. So that's exactly what I am doing. I'm going through all the HTML and using this syntax, looking for A tags that contain the word climate. Okay, and then we just pass through the HTML. And then for each one that comes back, I'm assuming there's more than one. I'm just going to write function. So I'm going to pass through a function, so essentially a callback function, and whatever, so for each one that comes back to us, I'm going to grab its text, because essentially, once again, I want to grab the text that's in the A tag. Okay, I want to grab that. So let's save this as something. I'm going to save this as the title. So I'm going to go into this, so for each of them, and get the text. And I'm going to save this as a title. So we have decided this is going to be the title of the data that comes back to us. And next we need the URL. So what do we want the URL to be? Well, once again, whatever comes back to us, whatever we are saving, this. And I want to grab the href of it. So if we look in here, here's the href. So again, for every A tag that we find, I want to grab the href attribute. So I would do so by essentially getting the attribute like so, attribute href. Okay, great. So that's what we're doing. And then let's push it into its own array. So this is some JavaScript work. Articles is what I'm going to call my array. And I'm just going to save it. We can put it up here actually. So I'm just going to put it outside of this app get. So const articles, so it's global. We're going to get the articles and we're going to push a new object that we're going to create. And the object that I'm going to push in is going to have the title, the URL, and then, well, let's just see what this looks like. So I'm just going to display the articles in the actual browser using res.json. So we're pushing this object into the articles array, and then we're going to display the articles in the browser when we visit /news. And then let's also catch errors. So again, this is some chaining. If you know asynchronous JavaScript, then this will make sense to you. If not, once again, I do have a tutorial on this, a 5-part series on asynchronous JavaScript. So that is how we just catch any errors. Okay, so now let's visit /news again. And there we go. So we are getting our data back. If it looks like this, it's because we need a JSON viewer really. So if you don't have the Chrome extension JSON view, here it is. It essentially just makes everything a lot more readable. I'm just going to add that to Chrome like so. Okay, so that is being added. And once it is finished, then the icon will be visible. And there we go. So that is now a lot more readable for us. This is looking great. So every time that we found an A tag that contained the word climate, we essentially created this object. We picked out the title of whatever was in that A tag, and we picked out the href of it. So now I have an array full of titles and URLs from the Guardian page that we scraped. Okay, so how cool is that? We've officially created our first scraping tool. But I really want to make this a lot more meatier. I really want to give this a lot more value to anyone who wants to purchase my climate change news API. So I'm going to scrape from a lot of different websites, and I'm going to show you how. So this is part one. We've essentially learned how to scrape a website to retrieve back an array full of anything that contains news about the climate crisis or the word climate, the title and URL. But now I'm going to loop that in with a lot of others. So let's do it. So first off, I'm actually going to create an array of newspapers that I want to scrape. So we've got our articles here. Actually, above here, I'm going to store the newspapers. So const newspapers, and I'm just going to make an array. And I'm going to actually put through an array of objects, and you'll see why. I'm not just going to pass through the URLs. I'm going to pass through the name of the publication. So these are some that I found before. Let's go with the times, the address that we want to scrape. And this is going to be this URL right here. And I'm just going to paste a few more that I have. So we already have the Guardian. Let's also have the Telegraph. So the Times, Guardian, and Telegraph, all on specific climate change pages. So there's a lot more data for us. So we can start with 3. Let's do 3, and then we'll add a bunch more later. So here are the 3 newspapers that we want to scrape. Now I'm going to essentially edit my function right here to loop over all 3 publications. So I'm going to show you how to do this now. This time I am going to actually write this function outside of this. So I'm going to actually just use this as a template. I'm going to do this outside here. So maybe let's do it up here actually. So this time for each of the newspapers, so every newspaper in my newspaper array, newspapers, I think that's what we called it. So for each one of these, for each newspaper, this is why I said JavaScript was a good prerequisite, because if you don't know JavaScript, this can be extremely confusing. But, you know, if you just want to use this code and just want to take it, then please just listen to me talking through it for you anyway. So for each newspaper, so for each item in my newspaper array, there's 3 items in there, 1, 2, 3. I want to get Axios get. So we're just using what we did before. This is a good refresher. And then I need to pass through the URL. So I'm going to pass through the newspaper address, newspaper singular, okay, because for every item, for every newspaper in our newspaper array, we can call this whatever we wish. We can call this dog. It doesn't matter. We are just saying that for each item in our newspaper array, well, I want to get the address. Making sure to spell address in the same one that we did above. So I'm passing through the URL. So just like we did here, I'm passing through the URL, however, just by looping over the array of newspapers. And then, so just like we did before, then we get the response. Okay. And once again, we need to get the response data, save it as HTML, and then pass it through into Cheerio load and save it as the $sign. So that's the same. Let's carry on. Now, once again, because I have looked at all these different newspapers, and I've actually found newspapers that work to this style, and I've sort of adjusted this so that anytime you find an A tag, it just so happened that each A tag had some text in it, and it also happened to be that the A tag had the H reference, but that's expected from an A tag. So I can actually reuse this. So once again, for each of the 3 here, I'm finding an A tag that contains the word climate. Let's just make sure to close this off. Okay. And once again, what I am doing is looking at whatever comes back Okay, whatever comes back. So whatever comes back is this, and I'm getting the text from that A tag, and then I'm going to save this as title. And once again, I'm looking at each of the A tags. So this is the A tag, and I'm getting the attribute href, and whatever this value is, I'm going to save that as URL equals. Okay, and once we have that, I'm going to push it into articles. Articles push, and I'm going to make a new object which has a title and a URL, but this time also a publication. Okay, so this time I'm actually going to have the source newspaper address. Okay, so whatever we pass through, whatever newspaper we pass through, this time I'm going to get the newspaper address. Oh, actually, we should probably have the newspaper name instead. That would make more sense. Let's have the newspaper name show up as the source. Okay, so now, instead of having all this, I'm just going to delete all that. I'm going to just return the articles, because this function will run and we're collecting all the articles. So what I want to appear here in the JSON in the browser, so once again we use our JSON, is the articles. So now if we visit /news, we get articles from the Times. We get the source URL, the Times, the title. This is looking great. We also get the Guardian articles. So we scrape the Guardian, and we also get Telegraph. Okay, however, this does not look like the correct URL. Let's just double check why. Okay, so we are visiting this URL and we are scraping it. So once again, let's go here. And once again, I have decided that I want to search for any A tags in here. So for example, this will probably be an A tag. So yes, we are an A tag that has a URL. So this URL is incomplete. It seems that it doesn't have a base. And then I'm looking inside it for some text. So anything inside this parent child of A, I'm looking for some text, and there is our title. So this is working fine. However, we need to make an adjustment. So this is the full URL, because if we click on here, it will not take us to anything. So our API is broken. People would not like that. So all I'm going to do is go back here and pass through a base. So this doesn't need a base, so I'm going to have that empty. This also doesn't need a base. The Telegraph, however, needs a base, and I'm just going to pass through the base, which is essentially https://www.telegraph.co.uk. Okay, so now that we have that base, it just means that the source we pass through, so the URL, well, the URL is not going to be just the URL, it's going to be the newspaper base, if that exists, plus the URL. Okay, so we're grabbing the URL, but we're appending the newspaper base in front of it. So that is looking good. Let's try that out again. Let's refresh this. And now if we visit the Telegraph section, you will see we have created a new URL, one that includes https://www.telegraph.co.uk. Wonderful. So there we have it. We have completed step 2. We have essentially got 3 newspapers and scraped all the information, all the articles about climate change from there, along with their titles and the URLs if we want to visit those articles. Wonderful. Now this is looking good. However, I do want to make another route, and that is to get information just from one newspaper article. So I'm going to show you how to do that just under here. So once again, we're going to use app-get, just like so. And this time the URL I want to pass through, so I want to visit, is going to be news /. And if we want to visit a particular newspaper ID, this is the syntax to do it. Bear with me because I think this is best explained by showing. So you need these 2 dots, and then whatever you pass through I want it to return something. So I'm just going to pass through request response, this time making sure to put async right in front of it. And then I want to grab whatever newspaper ID I pass in front of news. So I can do so if I console log request, okay? And now let's just go ahead and visit /news, and Ania is great once again, and click enter. Nothing will show up here, but if we visit our console here, you will see a request, or everything that comes back request has been essentially console logged out for us. And in the params, you will see that the newspaper ID is Ania is great. Okay, so now this whole thing right here, all this text is the request. If I go .params, that will get this. And if I go newspaper ID, because that is what we've called it up here, I could call this whatever I wish. I could call it dog. And in this case, this will come back as dog equals Ania is great. So now if I console log that, and once again, let's visit something else. Ania is awesome. And scroll down here. Ania is awesome. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Whatever we pass through, this dot just means that, you know, it's an ID that we are passing through, an identifier. It could be whatever you wish. You can call it XXX, but essentially it's going to be saved under params when we visit the page. So now that we have that, I'm going to use this to my advantage. I'm actually going to save this as something. So rec params newspaper ID. And let's save this as the newspaper that we want to visit. So I'm just going to put newspaper ID, const newspaper ID. So if we visit, let's say /news /the Times, I just want information from the Times. Okay, that's all I want. So I'm just going to go Axios get, and once again pass through the URL. Well, we know that we want everything. We want the URL from the Times. So we're going to use this array. And what I'm going to do is use some JavaScript. So we're going to get the array, and I'm going to filter the array to find the newspaper. Okay, so once again, for each newspaper, so each item, each of the 3 items in my newspaper array, I'm going to go through each one. And if the newspaper's name equals the newspaper ID, okay, you don't have to make it strict. So that is going to come back. So if I pass through news /the Times, it will come back. And if that matches the Times, well, I want to get the address. So to get this back, well, let's save this as something. Let's save this as const newspaper. Just going to comment this out for now. And if I console log newspaper, I expect that if I visit /the Times, oops, making sure to spell it exactly the same. Okay, so we're visiting that, nothing will happen here at the moment. But if we visit here, we get back the object from our array, we get back the whole object. And we go into this object, we want to go into the array. So here's the array. We want to go into the array, and because there's only ever going to be one item, hopefully, I'm just going to go into the first item and grab the address. So I'm going into this item and grabbing the address, and let's save this now as newspaper address. Okay, so we have now hopefully got our newspaper address. Let's see if that works on another newspaper. So let's now visit Guardian, and let's go visit here, and great. We are getting back the URL of the Guardian if we pass through the ID of Guardian. Wonderful. So now that we have that, let's carry on. So we can use Axios get to pass through the URL, so the newspaper address of whatever path we visit based on the identifier, and then let's do some chaining. So once that comes back with a response, we're going to get the response. And once again, we need to get the response data, and let's save this as the const HTML. So this is going to be Cheerio at work, because we're going to get Cheerio load, making sure to spell Cheerio correctly like the package, and pass through HTML. And now let's save this as the $sign so we can use it. And once again, I'm actually going to collect all the articles here again. You can call this whatever you wish. And that might be confusing. Maybe we can go specific articles, just to differentiate from the other articles array that we have globally. So let's say this as specific articles and empty array. And this time, once again, we are going to look for any A tag that contains the word climate on the page that we are visiting. And then HTML, we need to pass that through. And for each item that comes back to us, so for each A tag containing the word climate that comes back to us, well, let's write a callback function. Oops, we have to make sure that these two are the same. Okay, so there we go, contains a climate, and making sure this is a $sign. I'm gonna get its text and save this as the title, so const title. I'm also going to get the URL by going into this and getting the attribute of href. And now we need to create an object and push it into specific articles. So I'm going to use push and create an object, which again, well, I'm going to pass through a title, the URL. The URL is going to also have a base. I think we need to get a base. So if there is a base to be added, this is how you would do it. We would go into our newspapers array again and filter by newspaper. So for each of the 3 items in our newspaper array, if the newspaper name matches the newspaper ID, so just like we did before, we're going to go into the object and get its base. And what should we save this as? Let's save it as newspaper base, just like so. Okay, so if a newspaper base exists, then we're going to add it to the URL. So right before the URL, and once again, the source, well, we know that this is just the newspaper ID. Great. So this is looking good. And then of course, we want to display this in the browser. So I'm going to use res.json to display the specific articles. Okay. And once again, we're just going to catch any errors. So this is the syntax for doing so, console log errors. And now visit this page. We will get all the news articles from the Guardian. And then if we go the Times, making sure to spell it exactly as we did in here, then we get all the newspaper articles from the Times. And if we just go back to all the news articles, we get all the news articles. And there we go. So now we've done it. We've created an API. We've figured out a way to get all the newspaper articles here. And then if we go / and then use the ID to get specific articles, which we will be explaining on the documentation when we build our API, we get just specific articles. Great. Before we move on to put this on Rapid API, I'm actually going to add a lot more newspapers in here. So I'm just going to actually just paste a few that I made earlier. Okay, so now we have a lot more data coming back to us. Once again, I'm just going to visit here. So news, and ta-da! It's getting lots and lots and lots more data, up to 730 lines of data to be exact. Wonderful. Okay. So this is looking good. Let's carry on. Before we move on, I'm just going to format this a little bit better, just so it looks a lot more neater. I'm going to do selected text, optimize import, rearrange code, and run. And great. Okay, we don't actually need this, it turns out, so let's get rid of this. And now to prep for deploying onto Heroku, well, I need to include the Nodejs package actually in the project, as right now we have it installed globally on our machines, but Heroku doesn't know that. So there we go, npm install Nodejs. And finally, I need to change the port options for Heroku. So give it an option like this. And great. So this is looking wonderful. Again, you will be able to get this from my source code. I will share it. Please feel free to use it for educational purposes or to build your own API. Okay, so now let's go on to the Rapid API platform. Okay, so here we are back on our Rapid API dashboard. Let's actually call our API something. I'm going to call it Climate Change Live. Let's call it that. And then an API showing all the latest climate change news around the world, as we do have Australian articles in there and some American ones, so it's quite worldy. Category, I'm going to say data maybe, or news. Let's go with news. I think that's probably most appropriate. And then the owner of this API will be me. That is correct. And I'm just going to keep it as UI and add the API just like so. Okay, so here we are. We need to add a base URL. Well, for this, I'm actually going to deploy my app onto Heroku. This should be relatively painless. So all I'm going to do is ask you to head over to Heroku, and you should see all the projects that I've hosted on this so far. And I'm just going to go ahead and create a new one, give it a name. Let's go at Climate Change API and choose the region and just click Create App. So there we go. Now we should have a lot of information on how to deploy this using Heroku. Okay, so if you haven't downloaded the Heroku command line interface, please go ahead and do so now. I'm just going to do that with you here. So here we go. I'm going to copy this command, go into my terminal, just create a new tab and run brew tap Heroku brew and brew install Heroku. Now, if you are an Apple user like me, you're going to also have to install Homebrew. So please go ahead and do this simply by copying this command here and pasting it in your terminal. I already have this installed, so I'm ready to continue. So this is only for Apple users. If you have another machine, please do use the equivalent. Okay, so that should be fine. That is installing, and that should be ready to go. So we have the command line interface installed. Let's carry on with the instructions given to us. So once that has finished downloading, I'm just going to run Heroku login and then just click any button to open it up. So this is just to make sure that we are logged in. So I'm just going to click log in here, just like so. And we are now logged in. We can close this page and continue with doing this process. So now we're going to run git init. And that has now initialized an empty Git repository in my project. Okay, so making sure that we are still in Climate Change API. Now let's carry on. The next command I need to do is take this command right here and just paste it like so. So we are just going through all the commands. There we go. Great. So now before we move on, I'm going to actually add a git ignore file so that we don't upload any node modules before we start adding files. So I'm just going to go ahead and write git ignore. And what I am saying is that I want to ignore the node modules from being committed and just save that. Okay, so now we can carry on. I need to add the files. The next thing we need to do is commit the files, a message, let's say final commit, and push it to master. So just like so. And there we go, the build has succeeded. So let's go ahead and check it out. Okay, great, and there we have it. We have deployed our site. It is now live. All our data is now live just right here. The next thing I'm going to do is go back to Rapid API and continue. So now that we have done that, I'm just going to upload an image that I want to represent my API. And in here on the website, I'm going to use the URL that we have just created. So we have deployed this URL. This is where our app is going to sit. I'm going to use that right here. And next, I'm just going to go ahead and whack that in. The next thing we're going to do is add some endpoints. So what shall we call the first endpoint that we are going to create? Well, I'm going to create my first REST endpoint. So just go ahead and click here and let's call this get all climate change news. And we can give it a description saying that this endpoint will return back all news about climate change from all over the world. Now, with the endpoint here, we're just going to specify what we did before. So to get all the news articles, we had /news, and this is indeed a GET request. We're going to get that data. So that is all we have to do. We don't have any parameters we need to worry about for this occasion. And then we have all these options to us. We are using Nodejs and we are using Axios as it has picked out. So this is all we really need to do for now. But however, if you do want to see the others, please go ahead and do that. Okay, so for this one, I'm actually going to start off with the newspaper ID. So I'm just going to go ahead and go /news, and then we can't use .newspaper ID. That will not work. As you can see, we need to put this in curly braces, just like it is prompting us to do. So that's what I'm going to do. There we go. Newspaper ID is already picked out that this is my parameter. So that is looking good. And let's go ahead and put an example value. So we know that one of them is Guardian. So I'm just going to put in Guardian, and you can see that has populated right here. And go ahead and save that. So we've got that, and we can see some example responses showing up. We also have mock responses too, if we wish. So if you wish to fill this out, please go ahead and do so here. So I can actually do this. So I'm just going to go ahead. So this is essentially all really useful when people visit Rapid API and see our API, so they can see what kind of responses to expect when they visit a certain endpoint. It's really useful, and it just allows people to have an idea of what your API can provide and what kind of value it gives. And of course, we have the plans and pricing. Now, here are some public and private plans. This is sort of what it looks like, and the basic one is free. So for example, I can say that we have unlimited requests, or we can change the monthly requests, so on the free option, to be 1,000 per month. We can have a pro plan, so let's go ahead and add a pro plan. And once again, this is going to be for all endpoints. And once again, you can change the quota type and quota limit, and then have overages as well. And then let's say that we charge 0.1 extra for overages. Okay, so you can do whatever you like. Let's just go ahead and save that. So this is a little bit higher. It's not super high. I'm not going to charge anyone like an extravagant amount for this, but these are the options that you have. Okay, so there we go. This is looking good. Let's go ahead and publish this. So I'm going to make API visibility public. And there we go. Here is my API live on Rapid API. You can see the two endpoints that we have. So we can get all the news, and we can also get the news based by newspaper ID or a newspaper. We of course have to give people the newspaper IDs available, and that is all done in my API documentation that has been actually generated for us nicely by Rapid API. So here you can see all the example responses, and you also have the drop down that we saw earlier. So if you want to make this by Node.js, it gives you the code available to you. So you can just copy this and put it in your project. And there's a bunch of others too. So whatever you feel more comfortable with, that is available as an option. Okay, so hopefully you've enjoyed this tutorial. Hope you now have your own API that you can sell and pass on to people, pass on to friends, to make some money out of it. Again, like, please feel free to charge as much as you feel comfortable with charging and selling your API for. For now, that's it from me. Thanks very much. All the code and source code will be available in the description, as well as links to Rapid API. So please go ahead and do check this out.